dua, tiga, cek. Oke. Cek, cek, check one. Just one. Just check it. Check one. Check. Check. Second. Check. Test. Test one. Check. Okay. Test. Good. Halo. Nah, segini Pak suaranya. Nah, halo 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27. Oke, ada lagi? 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30. 31, ada lagi 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57. Ada lagi 57. 57,5, 58, 59. Wah, tanggung sama bagaimana? Masih ada yang lebih tinggi lagi? Tidak ada. Bagaimana penawaran dulu? Masih lebih menarik. Berapa? Astagfirullahaladzim. Pakai WP mulai. Pakai WP. Tes 1. Cek.
Cek, cek. Ini kenceng banget. Cek, 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 cek one, cek one, cek one, cek. Nah segini input. Ini mah masalah di kabel sama echo-nya terlalu besar. Tes satu, cek, 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 cek satu, cek satu, satu, cek, cek, satu dua tiga, cek, cek, cek. Oke, very nice, very nice, very nice. Lu
C satu buah C kecilin dikit C C C satu dua tiga halau satu C satu dua halau C satu dua satu C halau satu dua tiga iya C halau ada nggak juga udah C satu C halau ini butuh kabel yang ini coba aja ada nggak juga ini saya matiin
Upamanya daya.
Nah, ini ada.
Cek. Cek. Halo.
Cek, ada. Yang ini ada. Cek.
Cek.
Udah, berarti ini dicabut ya.
Tes.
Satu. Ya, cabut aja Pak.
Bentar, ambil aja Kang tali imbang.
Oke. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Cik, kalau 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Mik. Dipasang cepet. Pasang. 1, 2, 3.
Education has become a core priority in nation building efforts. In support of the focus of the government of the Republic of Indonesia in the education of vocational fields, the Indorama Sintex TBK through the Indorama Education Foundation established Polytechnic Engineering Indorama in 2013 with a complete state-of-the-art infrastructure and facilities. PEI has become the flagship institution under the company's education-based corporate social responsibility effort. Located in an eco-campus adjacent to Indorama's manufacturing site, the institute offers student unique practical.
Selamat pagi. Udah dibawa ada. Halo. Ya. Selamat pagi. Assalamualaikum. Selamat datang. Selamat pagi, selamat datang di Indomaret dan selamat berbelanja.
Now let's move to the key organizations. This is for the topic. I would like to thank Zeta. That was a really good one. Now let's move to the second.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Test. Hello, good morning. How are you feeling today?
Hindi acak-acaki.
Ada.
Shining, simmering.
Partisipan.
Minta tuh kayak ini mawar Esa Begong.
Pulpen nggak? Pulpen 2 nggak? Aduh, pulpen. Ada. Udah di grup. Enggak.
Nelly sama Caca coba dicek ya bareng-bareng.
Good morning, Nel.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Good morning.
Cek hola. 1, 2.
Lepas apa ya? Oke, berarti jangan terlalu dekat. Oke ya. Selamat pagi untuk Caca.
Selamat pagi, Bapak.
Oke,
Selamat pagi, Pak.
coba dites ya. Ya.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Hello, good morning, everyone. I hope you are doing well today.
Kenapa, Bu?
Hello, everyone. Good morning. Nel. Bareng ngomongnya, Pak.
Bareng.
Good
Good morning, ya.
Satu, dua, tiga. Good
Good morning. Bu, selamat.
Kopinya biar gampang nanti. Apa? Kalau orang di sini. Berarti yang orang di lokal dulu. Mungkin orang log out kan, kayak kan ada barcode screen. Bisa kan?
Tapi nanti pas yang terhormatnya ada Bapak enggak? Terhormat. Enggak Bapak sebutin aja. Pen, give me pen.
Pulpen aku mana?
Nah, itu.
Udah. Udah tuh.
Education has become a core priority in nation-building efforts. In support and focus of the Government of the Republic of Indonesia in the education and vocational fields, PT Indorama Synthetics Tbk, through the Indorama Education Foundation, established Polytechnic Engineering Indorama in 2013 with a complete state-of-the-art infrastructure and facilities. PI has has become the flagship institution under the company's education-based corporate social responsibility effort. Located in an eco-campus adjacent to Indorama's manufacturing site, the institute offers students unique practical learning opportunities and provides a real-life experience of industrial environment. This institution offers degree programs in mechanical engineering, electrical engineering, mechatronics, and D4 programs majoring in software engineering.
Join dari awal.
The institute ensures students are proficient in computer science, English language, and they are being imparted a values-based education that is amongst the best in Indonesia.
Enggak bisa gitu.
Indorama's core operating principle of continuous improvement has been implemented at PI. Under this, its academic discipline identifies specific roadmap that include compliance and accreditation requirements, industry-leading teaching methodologies, careful pre-screening of students to ensure the quality of intake, faculty performance management, and facilities upgrade, among others. PI fosters an ideal environment for learning and development. From its well-equipped laboratories to its latest computer equipments, updated library, and innovation-based project work, the institute is helping to prepare students well for the challenging demands of the industrial environment in Indonesia. PI's progress has been appreciated by the government of the Republic of Indonesia as one of the spearheads of vocational education in Indonesia, with support the government vision to create excellence in vocational training in Indonesia.
Ih, minta tolong linknya di-share.
Education has become a core priority in nation-building efforts. In support on the focus of the Government of the Republic Indonesia in the education of vocational fields, PT Indorama Synthetics Tbk, through the Indorama Education Foundation, established Polytechnic Engineering Indorama in 2013 with a complete state-of-the-art infrastructure and facilities. PI has become the flagship institution under the company's education-based corporate social responsibility effort. Located
Hello. Cek. Tes, halo.
Halo, tes.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning. I would like to welcome our all-inspiring speaker, Ms. Rohita Hasyan Batubara, SSMA, Jun Anggara and Dwiken Venka Mahardika, Mr. Kiki Wardana, SSMA, Ms. Happy Mulyani, STMcom, and Ms. Siti Yulianti, STMcom. And also our special guest, Mr. Muhammad Nugraha, STMN, Ms. Aksita Jain, and Mr. Sahil Nandal. On behalf of Director of Polytechnic Engineering Indorama, the Honorable Vice Director Mr. Insinyur Slamet Riyadi MP, the Honorable Head of Student Affairs Ms. Widya Andayani MPD, and the Head of Study Programs of Mechanical Engineering, Mechatronics, Electrical Engineering, and Software Engineering. The respective Coach English Student Association, Ms. Rohita Hasyan Batubara, SSMA, the President of Student Union of Polytechnic Engineering Indorama, the Chief of Mechanical, Mechatronics, Electrical, and Software Engineering Association. And our fellow participants, we are proud of. And Lois Rosmawati as the host for today's event. Let us convey our gratitude to our Almighty God, who has been giving us His blessing and mercy, so that we can gather in this event at Webinar English and Math Camp. I would like to thank English Student Association Corp and Student Induction Team for facilitating today's webinar. Ladies and gentlemen, the agenda of today's event are: first, speeches, second, presentation, and the last, game session. Dear friends, we would request Ms. Rohita Hasyan Batubara, SSMA, Coach of English Student Association, for the welcome speech. And Ms. Rohita, the floor is yours. Hello, Ms. Rohita.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you. Okay, assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay, pardon a little bit with technical with my speaker. Okay, first of all, I would like to thank to the 193, if I'm not mistaken, registered participants who are distributed from all around Indonesia, not only from Purwakarta, not only from Bandung or nearby. Even we have participants from Sumatra, from Medan, even from Siantar. We warmly welcome you to today's webinar. And the Honorable Vice Director, Mr. Slamet Riyadi, MT, and also I would like to welcome our speakers today, Mr. Kiki Wardana, SSM MA, and also we will have Miss Hattie Mulyani tomorrow for Math Camp, and also Miss Siti Yulianti, ST MCOM. And also our special guest, Akshita Jain, Sahil Nandal, and also Mr. Nugraha, ST Eng. Thank you so much for being here. And on behalf of English Student Association, we hope you will enjoy our today webinar. And why we take this theme, why we are taking about, why we will talk about digital era, especially in English, because like this is era of digital world, artificial intelligence, and now we are global village. Since communication has brought us so close with the messaging app and also social media platform. But in all this, one thing that common, that which can make you successful is the language itself. It is English. And if you want to be successful in global social media, then you must be good at English. And anything you want to achieve, and if English becomes the most important one. So without any more words, I think that's all from me. And I hope you enjoy our webinar today. Thank you. Good morning. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Ms. Rayita, for the kind welcome speech. Now, we request Ms. Widya Andayani, MPD, the Head of Student Affairs, to concise speech. We can. We can. Please.
Sekarang giliran Bu Widya. Sekarang giliran speech Bu Widya.
Okay, Ms. Widya, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Good morning to the honorable speakers and special guests, respected director and management team of Polytechnic Engineering Indorama, my dear colleagues, students, and all participants. I would like to welcome all of you for joining the English and Math Camp, which has themed Unleash Your Potential and kicking off the today event starting today. It is a delight to walk you through the conference to share with you how useful it is for us and what does the future hold for all of us in the context of the theme of the conference. So we have experts from across the field who will be staying with us for the next 2 days, sharing their thoughts, knowledge, experience, and opinion with the rest of us. Besides the speakers from Purwakarta and Medan that have mentioned before, we are having the special guest from Melbourne, Australia, and Vancouver, Canada. So I can see that this is the international conference in the history of our institution, which is completely conducted on a digital platform in line with the social distancing norms due to the COVID-19 pandemic. Well, our institution, Polytechnic Engineering Indorama, had graduated 4 batches of alumnus. Since we established in 2013, we have a very strong concern and continuously focus in developing the English competency of our students. We have made a huge number of alumnus recruited in national and multinational companies before the graduation day. And with their competencies in English communication skill and computer skill, they can perform well and have a good career opportunity. So we support our students to participate in any international events like the youth conference conducted by the United Nations. We also facilitate our students to do the overseas internships so they can implement the technical skills coupled with the strong foundation skills, including of English language and computer skills in the real workplace. We have proved that vocational education has a central role and gives a significant contribution to create its graduates highly skilled and have skilled, closely matched job requirements. We are ensuring our students are well prepared in the English-speaking environment and for the global competitiveness. Last but not least, I would like to thank once again to all the participants, students, and the teachers, inspiring speakers and special guests, our team. You are look fabulous. Yeah, I look forward to receiving the feedback from your input into the forum today, because this is a fantastic opportunity for all of us to come together, build the networks, and share the best practice and future ideas around the program. I wish everyone successful, safe, and fruitful conference. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Widya, for the inspiring speech. Now, we request Mr. Insinyur Slamet Riyadi, MP, Vice Director of Polytechnic Engineering Indorama, to speak a few words and officially inaugurate today's event. To Mr. Slamet, the floor is yours. Mr. Slamet, the floor is yours.
Sudah?
Ya.
Oke, terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Selamat pagi kepada seluruh panitia English Camp dan Math Camp Polytechnic Engineering Indorama. Kami selaku wakil dari manajemen mengucapkan terima kasih dan selamat atas terselenggaranya kegiatan ini. Tadi saya ditelepon oleh Bu Nur untuk mewakili manajemen karena Pak Direktur berhalangan dan Pak Wadil 1 juga masih on the way. Saya sebenarnya ini nggak stay di rumah, ini ada di kantor asuransi, jadi terpaksa minjem ruangan sebentar untuk memberikan sedikit sambutan. Pertama, sekali lagi saya ucapkan terima kasih kepada seluruh panitia yang telah berusaha mengadakan kegiatan webinar ini. Kemudian terima kasih kepada seluruh partisipan yang ikut aktif dalam kegiatan ini. Mudah-mudahan kegiatan ini ada manfaatnya bagi saudara-saudara sekalian, ibu, bapak, dan mahasiswa sekalian yang ikut dalam kegiatan ini, yang dalam kondisi pandemi 19. Sekali lagi saya ucapkan selamat kepada seluruh partisipan, penyelenggara, ibu, bapak, dosen, dan staf Politeknik Engineering Indorama. Selamat menikmati, ambil hikmahnya, dan kembangkan hasilnya. Kemudian kritik dan saran dari Bapak Ibu partisipan kami tunggu untuk pengembangan institusi kami. Itu aja mungkin yang dapat saya sampaikan mewakili manajemen, dan secara resmi ya kegiatan ini dengan mengucapkan bismillah kegiatan ini dibuka. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Demikian, wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Mr. Slamet, for inaugurating the webinar. Dear friends, the theme of today's event is Unleash Your Potential, and the moderator for the talk show is Salsabila Fitrania Utami. Halo Salsa. What's your feeling about today's event?
I'm feeling so great and so excited because we have prepared this event for a long time, and today is the day of the event. So yeah, I am feeling so excited, and I can't wait to meet all the great speakers and all the participants who have been joining for this event.
That's cool. I'm also excited. Well, let me introduce our moderator today. Her name is Salsabila Fitrania Utami. She is currently studying in Mechatronics, study program of Polytechnic Engineering Indorama, and she is a president of Student Union Association. And she was delegation of Asia Youth International Model United Nations 2019 and delegation of Online International Model United Nations 2020. We welcome Salsabila to take over this session.
Thank you so much to Nellis for letting me to take over these sessions for the presentations of these 3 topics today. Hello everyone. How are you feeling today? I hope you are all doing well. First of all, I would like to thank all the participants for joining webinars English and Math Camp today, because without you guys, this event will not be happened. In today's English camp, we have 3 topics that we will be presented. The first one is Daily English Conversation by Ms. Rehita Hasian Batubara, SSMA. The second one is Overseas Internship Experience by Dwiken Venva Mahardika and June Anggara. And the third one is The Importance of English in Digital Era by Mr. Kiki Wardana, SSMA. And also, for today, we have 2 special guests that we will share their experience of learning English, and also we will have sharing session with them. And the first special guest is Akshita Jain, and the second special guest is Sahil Nandal. Before we begin our presentations today, let me introduce our first speaker, Ms. Rehita Hasian Batubara, SSMA. She is currently working as English lecturer in Polytechnic Engineering Indorama. She graduated from State University of Medan for bachelor degree and got her master degree in Jawaharlal Nehru University, India. As you can see in her CV, she also has a lot of work experience and in education and non-education fields, and she has published some books that are related with English. So, are you curious what she's gonna talk about in this topic? Because I am feeling so excited, so curious about what she's gonna talk about and encouraging us. So, before this presentation begin, I would like to welcome Ms. Rehita Hasian Batubara, SSMA. Ms. Rehita, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you so much, Salsa. And can you hear me clearly? Is my voice low enough, or should I speak louder? Can you hear me? Okay, let me share my screen right now. I hope you can see that. Is it clear enough? I hope you can see my screen. Okay, for today, I'm gonna talk about daily English conversation, something that is really, like, some people, it might be kind of problem, but some people don't think it's not. And let me start with the history of English language. Here, the history itself started with the arrival of 3 Germanic tribes who have invaded Britain during the 5th century AD. Here you can see on the first picture. And this tribe, there are 3 types: the Angles, the Saxons, and the Jutes crossed the North Sea from what today is Denmark and northern Germany. So at that time, the inhabitants of Britain spoke a Celtic language like Welsh, and Scots, okay? And the Angles came from the word England, and the language was called English. I don't know how to pronounce it. I hope I pronounce it properly. The spell is ENGLISC, and from which the words England and English are derived. And well, long story short, the invading Germanic tribes spoke similar languages, which in Britain developed into what we now call as Old English. So Old English is started from here, okay? Old English did not sound or look like English today. Native speaker of English now would have great difficulty understanding Old English. Like Old English was spoken until around this year, the Normans, before the Normans era. Just like in Indonesia, we have no idea what our parents spoke, what kind of language they spoke. And then in 1066 AD, we have the Normans here from French who invaded England. So, and then they introduced an early version of French, okay? And then, but then, you know what happened between French and English? At that period, French became the language of the royal court and the ruling and business classes. So there was like a kind of linguist class division. The lower classes spoke English and the upper classes spoke French. But this day, it doesn't matter. It doesn't mean when we speak English, it doesn't mean that we are the lower classes. And when you speak French, you are the upper classes. No, it's not like that. And then somehow in the 14th century, English became the dominant language in Britain again, but with so many French words added. And this language is called Middle English. Here, English gradually took over again from the early French. And then we come up to modern English. And this language is divided into two, the early modern English and late modern English. And like there was a sudden distinct change in pronunciation in early modern English. So that's the difference, one of the difference. And besides, the British had contact with many peoples from around the world. And it means that many new words and phrases entered the language, just like these days also. And the invention of printing also meant that there was now, on that era, a common language in print, like in newspaper, in magazine, and books become cheaper and cheaper, and more people learned to read. And printing also has brought standardization to English. Spelling and grammar became fixed, and the dialect of London became the standard. That's the dialect, what we now call as British English. And in 04, the first English dictionary was published. This is the era when Shakespeare lived. And then here we are now, the late modern English, which started in 1800. But the main difference between early modern English and late modern English is the vocabulary, as you can see from the picture on the right side. It's because of two factors. The first one is the Industrial Revolution. I'm sure we have learned about Industrial Revolution in your history subject back in, I think, junior high school. And the technology also, which created a new words. So many technology invented, so that's why we needed new words. And then the second one, the British Empire at its height covered 1/4 of the Earth's surface, include Indonesia, right? In which year? I kind of forgot. And the English language also adopted foreign words from many countries. Okay, and now as you can see here on the right side, you can see the differences in Old Language, in Middle English, and also in King James Bible. And now here comes the modern one. And I'm sure the only language you do understand only in the modern English one, as in Old Language, we have no idea how to read the sentences. And then in Middle English, we kind of, okay, like we can make out, maybe this word means this, that word means that, and something like that. And in the modern one, we can properly read that. Like the Lord is my shepherd. I lack nothing. He lets me lie down in green pastures. He leads me to still waters. We totally understand those words, isn't it? Now we move on to types of English. As I told you before, as the Britain has invaded a quarter of the Earth's surface, that's why now we came up with so many types of English. But excuse me, but the main types of English are four. There are American English, and then there is British English, and we also have Canadian English, Australian English, and so on and so forth. But these four are the main type of English. You can find this four type of English when in TOEIC test, but in TOEFL test, you will only find American English, and in IELTS, you will only find British English. But in TOEIC, you can find four of them. So, but which one is correct? No, like, is any of these type of English is wrong? No, like none of them is wrong. Why? Because like they are different in pronunciation. They are different in diction or in vocabulary. So when you want to speak either, you have to decide which type of English you want to adopt. So try not to mix, but it's also doesn't matter when you want to mix the languages. Okay, and now let's see the differences between, now we have Australian native speaker and American English native speaker. Let's see how different they are in talking.
Aluminium,
aluminum,
oregano, caramel, rubbish bin,
trash can,
trolley,
shopping cart,
boot,
trunk,
Hyundai, water.
Okay, you heard so many differences in the words, the way they pronounce the same word, and then the way they call the same thing, but turned out they are different words. Now let's see from the difference between British English and Canadian English.
Oh, okay. Yeah, sure. Elevator. Lift. Apartment. Flat. Movie. Film. Fried potato. French fries. Chips. Gasoline stand. Gas station. Petrol station. Ryuk. Backpack. Rucksack. Yasumi. Vacation. Holiday. 洗濯 Laundry. Washing. Kocho. Principal. Headmaster. Wow.
Okay, as we heard that between Canadian and American English, almost the same, but there are some differences in pronunciation also. And now let's take a look at the difference between these two. Australian and British.
There's British words. Crisps.
Chips,
Jogging bottoms.
trackies,
Flip-flops.
thongs,
Sausages.
snacks,
Trousers.
cans.
Okay, now we can see here, the next one is, he is an American English native speaker, but he is gonna try to speak in British English. Let's see the difference.
Torch, flashlight, dustbin, trash can, flat, apartment, biscuits, cookies, sweets, candy, motorway, highway, jumper, sweater, holiday, vacation, shop, store, post, mail.
Okay, those are some differences. I hope you can, like, it's not that easy to just to find out, oh, this one is American, this one is British, this one is Australian, this one is Canadian. It doesn't matter as long as you understand what they speak and you can reply them back. It's totally okay. It doesn't matter. Okay, and why people think that English is difficult? There are so many question about it. And the first one might be this one. Different letters may represent the same sound. Let's see the example here. Okay, we have to, through. See, like here they are the same letters, but they are pronounced, sorry, they are the same sound, but different letter. They are the same vowel sound, but represented by different spelling. We have T-O, T-W-O, T-O-O, T-H-R-O-U-G-H, T-H-R-E-W. All of them are pronounced as U, right? And then another we have clue with U-E, shoe, O-E. And then we have Sioux also, S-I-O-U-X. 8 different spellings. And then the second one, the same letter represent different sound. We can see the example there, cake, mat, call, any, sofa. The letter, what we call A or A in English, is pronounced as 5 different vowel sounds, right? And then the next one, the combination of letters may represent one sound. For example, rough, physic, head, like totally different. Like this, there we have O-U, O-U-G-H pronounced as F, and then another of S is PH letters. And the fourth one, letters may represent no sound. So they are called as silent letters. We have bomb. The B silent is B is silent there. And then cake, E silent. Pneumonia, P is silent. Knee, silent K. Though, silent GH. Death, silent B. Okay, so it's not depth, it's death. You do not read the B letter there. And pardon me, let me check this one. Okay, the next question I got the most, or people ask the most, how to improve your spoken English. Okay, it's not gonna be as easy this. If you take the red pill, then you'll be fluent in every spoken language. And then if you take the blue pill, you will master every instrument in the world. You will take the red pill, and then you will be fluent in every spoken language. No, it's not that easy, right? It's not that easy. And then, so how to improve your spoken language then? First thing first, you need to speak. Speak, and speak. Like we can see, like let's look at the babies, like they will start with baby talk, and then people around them are being supportive, like they train the babies, they help the babies to speak properly. And okay, since this is in pandemic era, you have to please put on your mask, keep on wearing your mask. And again, we have to speak and try to practice it more often and with as many different people as possible. When you have a classmate or your teacher or your lecturer or even your online friends, they speak good English, try to speak with them. Don't be shy. Don't be afraid of making mistakes. That is totally fine. Like we learn from our mistakes, don't we? Okay. And then now it's so easy to make friends online, but still I'm suggesting you to be careful with the online friends. But as long as it's in for, in a good way, then that is totally fine. And then the next one, you have to listen and read. Listen, you can listen to anything. You can listen to the songs, you can listen to the movies, and then you have to read also. So these two, like the passive activity, will definitely help you. Okay, you can watch movies and then you read the subtitle and then listen to radio. And now is the podcast era. Now you will You have so many choices of podcasts. You can pick any topic that you like on podcast. You can read the book. If you don't like such a serious book, you can pick storybook. If you don't really like storybook, you can start with kids storybook. That is totally fine as long as you start. Okay. And when you listen, try to find new words and then try to apply it, try to speak on that words. It's gonna it's gonna help you. And the next one, you have to reflect on your conversation. Well, for example, after your conversation is over, take a moment to reflect. How was it? How did it go? How much do you think you understood, like your own words and your friends' words? Do you comfortable with the subject? Do you comfortable with the way you speak? And did you encounter any unknown words? Oh, maybe you don't know this one word, and then try to find out, okay, the meaning of that words. And the mere act of thinking about it in this way will increase your confidence for the next time you speak with anyone. And then you may set a target. Oh, I have to work on this. Oh, I have to work on this vocabulary. I have to work on this grammar. I have to work on this topic, something like that. And then the next one, record. Here, record doesn't mean that not merely only recording your own voice. Like, I know like some people dislike hearing their own voice recorded, but it's a beneficial way to improve your speaking. Hearing yourself on tape shows you things you might not realize. Oh, maybe after recording and then you hear that, I was like, oh, this word is wrong. Oh, this grammar is wrong. Oh, I should have not say that, something like that. And then on the other hand, you might be pleasantly surprised that you hear your speaking is far better than you thought. Maybe you think that, oh, I can speak that. Oh, I can do that. Okay. And for the next thing you can do, beside recording your own voice, you can also take notes. Take notes, whatever new interesting expression, new slang terms, new words that you find, and then maybe you try to note it down in post-it paper. You know that post-it paper, right? That small paper that you can stick in whichever, and then you may need to pass those paper, near your bedroom, like whichever place visible with you. So every day you see those words, every day you like it stocks in your head. So then you will understand better about those words. And then try to use more idioms. So now in spoken language, grammar doesn't matter, meaning doesn't matter. Now you can speak, there are so many idioms you can find in the internet, and so many idioms that are spoken right now. Now people don't really speak the literal meaning. Now they speak slang language, they speak idiom language. Now let's see a few examples of idioms here. Now this is one of example of idiom. Call it a day. It doesn't mean like call it a day. It means that, for example, you are in school and then after that you have this club, this meeting, that meeting, and you get tired and you tell your friends, oh, I'm tired, it's getting late, let's call it a day. It means that let's just finish it up, stop doing the work and get some rest. That's what it means, call it a day. And then another example is I'm all ears. It doesn't mean that something like this, you have all ears in all your body parts. No, it doesn't mean like that. It means that when you say I'm all ears, it means that you will listen attentively, and you will not just hear to your friend's story, but you will listen attentively. For example, your friends say that, oh, I need to talk to you, and you are so excited, you have that sympathy for them, and you will say, okay, I'm all ears. It means that you are ready to listen to his or her story, and you will listen attentively. And the next example, give me a second. The next example is once in a blue moon. Do we really have blue moon in real life? I'm not sure about it, but let me try to find it out if blue moon does exist. Once in a blue moon means something that rarely happen, like maybe happens once in 100 years or once in, I don't know, 10, 50 years, like that. So for example, when your friend is doing something unusual and you will be like, oh, he is once in a blue moon, such a once in a blue moon, like that. And then the next one, you may want to use more slang. Now there are so many slang words, like I even as a millennial, I'm still a millennial generation, I need to look up to dictionary or to Urban Dictionary to find out, oh, what it means, the slang words, so many slang words nowadays. Let's see, these are some examples you can use when you want to speak with your colleague, with your friends. Feeling blue, it means that you are feeling sad. It doesn't mean all your body turns into blue. And then I feel you, it means that you understand. It means that you have that you empathize your friends. For example, you say that, oh, I'm so sad that this, that, and then you respond by, oh, that's fine. I feel you. I know how you feel, like that. And then we have also word cheesy. Cheesy, that doesn't mean that yellow food that that Jerry, you know, that from Tom and Jerry eats. No, it's not. It means that it's cheap or tacky. Means that, for example, someone is hitting on you. Someone say, oh, you are so cool. You're so blah, blah, blah. And oh, that's so cheesy. Don't say that. You can say something like that. And then when someone say, you are dressed up, and then your friends say, oh, that's so sick. It doesn't mean that you are sick, like having illness, having fever or a cough. It means that you look so cool. And then another example is my bad. For example, you spilled water on your friend's book, and then you say, oh, I'm so sorry, my bad. It means that, it doesn't mean you are being bad, but it means that you admit that that is your mistake. And then the next one, we have dope. Oh, I know that this generation, this Gen Z generation knows the word dope a lot. It means very fun. It means exciting. It means cool. And then a piece of cake. Let's say your teacher or your lecturer give you assignment, and then the smartest one in the class say, oh, it's piece of cake. It means that it's so easy. The assignment is so easy. And then break a leg. Well, when you are attending the competition or sport or game, and then someone tells you to break a leg, it doesn't mean you need to literally break someone's leg. It means that he or she wish you a good leg. And then salty. Now, this is one of the internet slang. Salty means to be bitter about something or someone. For example, you are wearing something, and then one of your friends says that, what are you wearing? You look so blah, 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 that he or she is being salty. And then the next one is another example of slang from the internet. It's spill the tea. It means that to tell the truth. For example, you post something, like indicate that you are trying to tell something to someone, and then someone commented that, oh, spill the tea, sis. It means that he or she wants you to tell the truth. Yeah, spill the tea. And then the next one, oh, I got stuck on my own animation. Okay, another example is, what is it? Linking. Now, this linking is the the way you speak it. So there's like a smooth when you connect speech, like two words here. I'm giving example only in the consonant and vowel connecting speech, and the words within the same phrase or sentence often blend together. So this connecting group of words together is called linking. And when words are properly linked, there is a smooth transition from one word to the next one. Let's see the example here. So it's not stop it, but stop it. Jadi, so it becomes like it's as if like it is one word, but they are not. They are two words, but read or pronounced as the same words. Stop it, grab it, came in. So it's not came in. So there is no pause there. No pause and laugh about. Leisurely, with it, breathe it, wash it, played on, run around, has out, carves up, fool around, fair enough, cash out, camouflage, march in, rage on, back out, drag out, sing it. So you have to, excuse me, you have to link the last sound of the first word and the first sound of the first on the second word. So they are linked together. And the next one, let me take a look at here. Okay, I think this is the last part of my presentation. I have English trivia for you here. So the longest word in English, it's this word. I hope you can read it properly. Let me try to read it, okay? Pneumono ultra microscopic silicovolcanoconiosis. Wow, I don't know how many syllables it is, and then maybe one of you can memorize the spelling PNEU, blah blah blah, and so on and so forth. And then the next, we have pangram. It means that a sentence containing every letter in the language. In English, the letters are A, B, C up to Z, and then there is one famous sentence on it. It's the quick brown fox jumps over the lazy dog. You can find all the letters in English from A, B, C, even Q, X, Y, Z. You can find all the letters. And as I told you before, how English has gone through so many changes from Old English, Middle English, and New English. And one of the oldest, shortest, and most commonly used words in Old and New language English is I. So there is no change in this I word. Like you word has changed so many times during Middle English, during Old English, but nothing has happened to this word. And there are 9 different ways to pronounce O-U-G-H in English. Let me try to read it. A rough-coated, dough-faced, thoughtful plowman strode through the streets of Zuckerborough. After falling into a slough, he coughed and hiccuped. So there are 9 different ways you can find everything differently. And how to differentiate them? Practice. By practicing, keep on practicing, then it will come to your to your sense that, oh, the way to pronounce this O-U-G-H is this one or that one, and it will directly come into your mind. And is it the last slide? I think so. And what is this alpha and beta? Well, the word alphabet comes from the first 2 letters of the Greek alphabet. And you can see this is alpha and this is beta. Okay, that's how alphabet comes. Okay, and I'm so sorry for those of you who speak Jaksel language. There is a term called crutch. It means that word that we repeat too often and add no value or meaning to a sentence. For example, actually, basically, honestly, like, I think I said several times like, yeah, it's another real example in the usage of crutch word. Okay, and now this is my last slide. The word Q is the only word in English that is still pronounced the same way when the four letters are removed. When you remove UE, then it is still pronounced the word Q, the letter Q itself. Okay, I think that's all from me. I hope at least enlighten you a bit about English, about how to improve your spoken English. And that's all from me. Thank you so much. Good morning. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. And I'm giving it back to the moderator.
Okay, thank you to Miss Yan for giving us new knowledge about the history of English. As we see that Miss Rahita already shared about the types of English, everything about English, and encouraging us to be more confident to speak English and in daily basis. So now let's move on to Q&A sessions. If you have the questions that you want to be asked, you could type your questions in the chat room and I will read the questions. Yeah. So for all the participants who have some questions and to answer your curiosity about this topic to Ms. Rahita, you could type your questions in the chat room. Okay, so there's okay, I do have a question. Arif Ramadan. Okay, please type your questions in the chat room. Okay, for all the participants who want to ask, you can ask in Bahasa Indonesia, not only in English. So yeah, feel free to ask anything. Okay, so Miss Rahita, there's a question from Arif Ramadan, and the question is, when you talk about slang words, how do we differ the slang words with idiom? Ms.
Okay.
Rahita, you may answer the question, please.
Okay, thank you so much for the question, Arif Ramadan. Such a great question. The question is, how do we differ the slang words with idiom? Okay. The main difference is slang doesn't last so long. Slang is only for a couple of period of time. Like, as I told you, like I have given you example internet slang and it only lasted for sometimes, right? But for idiom, it lasted a longer time. In idiom, we can use for a longer time. But in idiom is used only like in a particular group or person initially, but then it has spread to all the community. So it becomes so everybody knows about the idiom. But in slang, it's only for like we will wait until when the internet slang will vanish from the internet. Like in couple of months or years, those words will be forgotten by people, and then again they will find new terms. They will find new new words, new terms for the newest word. That's the main difference between how long it lasts.
Okay.
Yes, Salsa, get back to you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Rahita, for the answers. That was such a great answer. And for all the participants who want to ask verbally, you can ask by click the reactions raise hand in the Zoom meeting, and you can turn on your video and introduce yourself.
Okay, there's next question.
Okay, there's another question, Ms. Rahita. It's from Zaki Arafi Biguna. Contoh slang word dan idiom kayak gimana? What's the example for the slang words and the idiom in English? Ms. Rahita, you may answer the question.
Okay, now contohnya, the example. Give me a second. Oke, misalnya, contohnya, kalau when it comes to slang itu only for a shorter period of time. Okay, a shorter period of time, and then for the example, you can find internet slang as like maybe TTYL, talk to you later. And usually in internet slang words, it is abbreviation. Kebanyakannya singkatan kalau internet slang. But in idiom, it's gonna be like phrases, and it has its own meaning. And then another example, as I have shown you in my PPT before, let me go back. Okay, slang, for example, feeling blue, and then my bad, and then a piece of cake, break a leg. But then when it comes to idiom, for example, call it a day, I'm all ears, and once in a blue moon. And later on, we will send the presentation for you if you want to learn more about it.
Okay. Thank you so much, Ms. Rahita, for the answers. I hope these answers can help the participants to be more understand about slang words and idiom in English. For the participants who wants to ask again, we have one chance. One more questions for Ms. Rahita. Okay, so there's also a questions here. If we want to speak English and like we're not confident enough to speak because all the environment doesn't support us, what can we do to be more confident, at least that we have some courage to speak English in public? Ms. Rahita, you may answer the question, please.
Okay, sure. Now is digital era. Like online learning is everywhere. You can find even the free one with the subscription, the free one and the paid one. It's everywhere. And then you can find more people who are willing to help you to speak, to practice your English, even your environment is not supporting you. So try to find online learning language, especially in English. And then even like when you want to learn like theoretically, you can find in YouTube, and then even in TikTok, everything is there, like the short information like people are sharing that is totally helpful, you know, like I lived in an era where I have to learn from books only. Like we don't have that privilege to learn from internet. So what we did was only learning from book. Now you are as a Gen Z, everything is accessible in the internet. Everything is on the tip of your finger. You just need to type and type what you want to know, and then everything is there. And you want to learn, there is a so many applications like Duolingo and then Mesmerize something. I forgot what the name of the application. I will let you know later on if I remember. And yeah, there are so many learning online application. You can subscribe to them.
Okay, that was such an impressive and great answers from Ms. Rahita. I think that's it for the first topic. That was such a great presentation and such a great topic to be discussed in this today's era. I hope all the participants can take all the knowledges and information from our first topic to be implemented in our daily basis activity, especially when you try to speak English. I would like to thank Ms. Rahita Hasian Batubara SSMA for sharing her knowledge with us and help us to be more confident to speak English. So give a round of applause for Ms. Rahita Hasian Batubara SSMA.
Thank you so much.
That was such a good and interesting topic, right? And now let's move on to the second topic. The second topic is about overseas internship experience. For this topic, we have two speakers, Dwiken Venva Mahardika and June Anggara. They are students of Polytechnic Engineering Indorama who get a chance to do internship in Germany. I think it is so cool, right, to do internship abroad and overseas, experience some culture there, because who doesn't want to go to Europe? Who doesn't want to go abroad? Like I'm sure we all want to go. And please welcome our second speaker, Dwiken Venva Mahardika and June Anggara. But before that, first we will let Dwiken to share her experience when she was in Germany and how she lived her life there. And after that, we will let June to share his own experience in his perspective. Without any further ado, Dwiken, the floor is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum. Ini mati listrik di sini. Am I audible?
Are you there?
Yeah.
Yeah, good. How are you?
I'm fine, thanks. Sorry ini gelap soalnya di sini mati listrik.
Okay, that's okay. So you may start your presentation now.
Okay. Sebenarnya di sini bukan mau presentasi, lebih mau ke sharing aja tentang pengalaman saya waktu berangkat PKL ke Jerman bulan Januari kemarin. Cara share screen gimana sih? Ada nggak itunya, screen-nya?
Okay. We have seen it. Slideshow, please. Okay.
Untuk berangkat PKL sendiri itu dibiayain sama kampus sih sebenarnya, jadi dapat kesempatan seleksi, terus alhamdulillah kepilih. Cuman untuk biayanya itu yang dibutuhin yang pertama itu paspor, terus visa sama tiket pesawat. Untuk paspor sendiri, kalau paspor sama visa itu biayanya ditanggung sama sendiri. Paspornya itu 350.000, terus visanya kurang lebih 980.000 atau sekitar 1 jutaan lah sama biaya agennya. Terus untuk pesawatnya kurang lebih sekitar 12 juta. Setelah itu ada barang-barang yang harus dibawa karena kan kita PKL jauh ya, jauh dari rumah, jadi harus mempersiapkan barang bawaan. Nah, yang harus Yang harus dibawa itu yang pertama udah jelas baju dingin karena baju hangat karena di sana itu pas ke sana pas musim dingin, terus pelembab supaya kulit kita nggak kering, nggak pecah-pecah, jadi nggak sakit. Terus obat-obatan pribadi, mie sama kecap sama saus buat masak di sana. Setelah itu dari barang bawaan, selain dari dokumen-dokumen penting yang harus dibawa, itu ini yang harus dibawa. Terus ada ups and downs during the internship atau suka duka dari selama PKL. Kalau sukanya yaitu jelas kita bisa tahu get to know another country, kayak kita bisa tahu culture-nya di sana, budaya kerjanya di sana kayak gimana, terus ya tahu aja kalau misalkan Jerman itu kayak apa gitu, terus dapat pengalaman sama pengetahuan yang lebih juga. Kalau misalkan downs-nya atau dukanya itu yang pertama jelas homesick ya, karena jauh dari rumah, walaupun cuman beberapa bulan, cuman namanya udah jauh dan pertama kali, jadi kangen rumahnya itu terasa banget. Terus selain itu tuh susah adaptasi sama weather-nya, karena kan biasanya kalau misalkan di Indonesia, apalagi di Purwakarta ini masuknya ke yang temperaturnya tuh panas. Biasanya di sini tuh hampir 30, hampir 40 derajat, terus begitu di sana ketemu winter, yang pas baru nyampe turun dari bandara aja itu langsung 3 derajat. Itu tuh susah banget untuk adaptasinya. Jujur untuk saya sendiri, waktu di sana itu kurang lebih sebulanan itu nosebleed terus, karena emang susah banget untuk adaptasi sama udara dingin yang ada di sana. Terus non halal food itu jelas tantangan banget, karena di sana banyak banget konsumsi ya semacam daging babi seperti itu. Bahkan di setiap makanan pasti ada yang mengandung daging babi. Jadi kita harus mengetahui di mana tempat kita bisa dapetin makanan yang halal kayak gitu. Terus selanjutnya itu Deutsch atau bahasa Jermannya yang susah, karena kan di sana itu mereka main language-nya itu bahasa Jerman, bukan bahasa Inggris. Jadi banyak yang ngobrol itu susah ke kita nggak bisa bahasa Jerman, yang di sana juga susah untuk pakai bahasa Inggris, jadi ya itu susah sih bahasanya. Cuman sebagian orang aja yang lancar untuk berbahasa Inggris, jadi kadang kita komunikasi itu lebih banyak pakai bahasa isyarat, bahasa tubuh daripada pakai bahasa Inggris ya gitu. Terus what did I do on my free time? Yaitu kalau misalkan lagi senggang, udah PKL, udah pulang atau lagi libur, yaitu ngerjain laporan biasanya. Jadi kemarin itu pulang udah langsung tinggal sidang, nggak usah ngurusin laporan lagi. Terus yang kedua itu explore, suka aja jalan-jalan di sekeliling apartemen, kayak ke supermarket, atau malah kita explore ke other city, kayak ke Augsburg atau ke Munich, terus jalan-jalan di stadion ya, berkesempatan buat ngelihat Jerman itu kayak apa, terutama di Bavaria. Terus yang terakhir, what did I do on my free time, itu ya aku udah bawaannya pengen makan terus, jadi harus masak sendiri karena emang nggak ada siapa-siapa, cuma berdua doang di sana. Terus yang terakhir itu how to extend visa, atau gimana caranya memperpanjang visa kalau misalkan kita mau tinggal lebih lama lagi di sana. Yang pertama itu setiap negara memiliki cara dan syarat yang berbeda-beda untuk perpanjangan visa. Nah, untuk karena kalau misalkan di Jerman itu kan Eropa, itu cuma butuh satu visanya itu, yaitu visa Schengen. itu bisa dipakai untuk semua daerah di Eropa, semua negara di Eropa. Nah, terus untuk kalau misalnya perpanjangan visa Schengen itu, yang pertama harus mempersiapkan dokumen, yaitu paspor, terus form aplikasi sama foto. Setelah melakukan pengumpulan dokumen itu, baru mempersiapkan perjanjian interview sama pihak imigrasi yang ada di sana, entah itu KBRI atau KJRI, pokoknya imigrasi yang ada di sana. Terus kalau udah melakukan perjanjian interview, baru membawa dokumen itu dan melakukan interview pada waktu yang sudah ditentukan. Kemudian tunggu informasi berhasil atau tidaknya perpanjangan visa. Sebenarnya kalau misalkan boleh cerita sedikit juga, kemarin itu pas bikin visa sempat ada ya sempat ditolak visanya tuh gara-gara dokumennya kurang lengkap. Jadi kalau misalkan mau bikin visa, bikin paspor, itu usahain semua dokumennya itu udah lengkap yang dibutuhkan. Tuh paling itu aja yang bisa saya share di sini. Saya kembalikan lagi ke moderator.
So thank you so much to the weekend for sharing your experience there. And now let's time for June to sharing his experience and how he lives her life there in his perspective. So June, without any further ado, the floor is yours.
Okay, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Sebelumnya mohon maaf.
Halo Jun.
Halo, apa kedengaran?
Oke.
Oke. Sebelumnya mohon maaf. Ini laptopnya ada kendala kayaknya ya. Jadi tiba-tiba keluar dari Zoom dari tadi yang dari laptop.
Could you speak louder?
Halo, tes.
Yes.
Oke.
Oke.
Kedengaran? Kedengaran ya? Udah kedengaran ya? Oke.
Okay. June, could you speak louder because we cannot hear you here? Can you turn up the volume on your device? June, how are you?
Halo? Kedengaran? Tes? Halo?
Could you
Kedengaran nggak?
turn up your volume, please, because we cannot hear you here? Or you could simply speak louder.
Halo? Ini udah di-unmute? Tes.
Okay. Are you ready to start your sharing sessions and share your experience with us?
Halo, tes. Kedengaran nggak?
Okay, June,
Kedengaran
you
ya?
may start your presentation right now.
Iya. Sebelumnya maaf ya, karena nggak tahu ini dari tadi on Zoom di laptop, bisa on Zoom di laptop, tiba-tiba pas ini laptopnya nggak tahu kenapa, jadi nggak mau masuk ke Zoom dari tadi, gini terus. ya, mohon maaf ini. Nah iya, gini terus dari tadi. Paling di sini saya akan share pengalaman sedikit aja sih tadinya. Mau nge-share pengalaman yang udah overseas di Jerman. Cuman jadi kayak gini ya, mohon maaf ini jadi seperti ini. Yang pertama, banyak sekali pertanyaan dari teman-teman, baik di kampus maupun di teman yang lain itu, kenapa sih Jun sama Dwiken itu bisa PKL di Jerman? Nah, jawabannya itu ya jelas itu adalah program dari Politeknik Engineering Indorama dengan PT Indorama untuk melakukan PKL di luar negeri. Sebenarnya buat PKL di luar negeri ini yang pertama itu ada pilihannya. Jadi bukan hanya di Jerman saja. Pilihan PKL di luar negeri itu sebenarnya ada 2 negara, yaitu ada dari negara Belanda juga sama dari Jerman. Nah, namun di sini Jun sama Dwiken itu lebih memilih ke Jerman dan akhirnya setelah mengikuti proses seleksi dan yang lainnya, akhirnya kita yang terpilih dan bisa melaksanakan PKL di Jerman, seperti itu. Masih kedengaran ya?
Okay.
Nah, selanjutnya, bagaimana sih caranya bisa melaksanakan PKL di luar negeri? Yang pertama itu jelas kita mengikuti proses seleksi ya, proses seleksi yang diadakan oleh pihak kampus. Proses seleksinya ini waktu kemarin itu ada 2 tahapan. Yang pertama itu tahapan mengirimkan paper yang berisikan alasan mengapa kita ingin melakukan praktek kerja lapangan di luar negeri. Juga dan beserta alasannya, seperti itu. Dan yang tahapan keduanya itu adalah proses interview yang dilaksanakan dengan perwakilan dari kampus, juga perwakilan dari Yayasan Pendidikan Indorama, seperti itu. Jadi proses seleksinya ini bisa diikuti oleh seluruh mahasiswa dari Politeknik Engineering Indorama, dan waktu itu kurang lebih ada 15 mahasiswa kalau nggak salah yang mengikuti proses seleksi. Dan selanjutnya, menurut saya dari proses seleksi ini kita itu harus yakin ya sama percaya diri dengan mengikuti proses seleksi biar kita itu terpilih. Selanjutnya itu hal yang penting pada saat proses seleksi adalah berdoa, yaitu ketika kita melakukan proses seleksi, berdoa adalah hal yang penting menurut saya. Karena saya rasa kemampuan bahasa Inggris saya itu masih di bawah rata-rata dibandingkan dengan peserta yang lain yang mengikuti. Namun karena saya yakin dan percaya diri dan tak lupa terus berdoa, akhirnya saya dan Teh Dwiken yang bisa mengikuti, yang bisa lolos dalam proses seleksi ini. Dan selanjutnya yaitu apa aja sih persiapan yang dilakukan sebelum berangkat PKL ke Jerman itu. Yang pertama itu adalah tentu berkas-berkas administrasi yang tadi telah disampaikan juga oleh Teh Dwiken. Berkas-berkas administrasi ini berupa paspor, visa Schengen, sama dan yang lainnya. Dan untuk visa sendiri itu kan memang agak susah ya, agak susah dalam prosesnya. Ini dalam proses visa itu memakan waktu 1 bulan kalau nggak salah ya. Nah, selanjutnya yaitu adalah bekal. Tentu kita persiapan ke luar negeri harus membawa bekal yang cukup, karena ya tahu sendiri kan lidah kita adalah lidah orang Indonesia, berbeda dengan lidah Eropa, tentu saja makanannya pun akan berbeda. Makanya untuk bekal ini saya membawa banyak makanan yang khas Indonesia kayak sambal kayak gitu kan, cenge kayak gitu, masako pun saya bawa gitu. Nah, dan selanjutnya yaitu adalah mental. Kenapa ini persiapannya harus mental? Karena tentu saja kita ada di negeri orang, cuma berdua, tidak ada siapa-siapa lagi, akan jauh dari keluarga, dan ini menentang kita buat harus berani, mandiri, dan terus mengekspor diri kita bahwa kita itu bisa hidup di negeri orang tanpa siapa-siapa lagi. Jadi tanpa ada orang Indonesia yang membantu lagi. Karena emang benar-benar di sana itu kita cuma berdua, tidak ada orang Indonesia lagi di Bobingen, di Bavarian, dan kita memang tidak menemukan orang Indonesia, atau kitanya yang kurang update atau gimana. Dan teman kita pun hanya teman yang di pabrik dan hanya orang di sekitaran apartemen kita saja, seperti itu. Nah, makanya kita harus mempunyai mental yang sangat kuat dalam menjalani proses PKL ini. Yang selanjutnya itu adalah berinteraksi dengan warga lokal. Gimana sih caranya berinteraksi dengan warga lokal? Jujur saja ya, di Jerman sendiri itu sebenarnya kalau masalah berbicara bahasa Inggris itu sama seperti di kita. Jadi tidak semua masyarakat Jerman itu bisa berbicara dalam bahasa Inggris. Dan kebanyakan di mereka juga berbicara dengan menggunakan bahasa Jerman. Jadi yang bisa menggunakan bahasa Inggris itu hanya mereka orang-orang yang masih muda, orang-orang yang memang masih kuliah, yang masih sekolah, dan itu pun tidak semuanya bisa bahasa Inggris. Walaupun di Jerman itu ada persyaratan kalau masuk universitas di Jerman itu harus bisa memakai bahasa Inggris. Namun pada kenyataannya, pada saat di masyarakat, turun di masyarakatnya langsung, bahasa Inggris itu memang masih jarang untuk ditemui, seperti itu. Nah, makanya dalam berinteraksi di warga lokal ini, Jun sama Dwiken juga belajar sedikit demi sedikit bahasa Jerman yang memang dasar seperti menanyakan harga ini tuh berapa, menanyakan perjalanan kalau mau ke kota ini tuh memakai apa, kalau mau ke pabrik enaknya pakai sepeda atau pakai apa. Dan itu memang hal-hal dasar bahasa Jerman yang harus kita bisa. Jadi kita harus beradaptasi karena kita berada di lingkungan mereka, kita berada di negara mereka, maka kita yang harus mengikuti mereka. Seperti itu. Dan selanjutnya ini ada tips ya buat para calon-calon mahasiswa baru nanti di Politeknik Engineering Indorama jika ingin PKL di luar negeri, dan tips buat PKL di dalam negeri juga sama aja. Jadi yang pertama itu ketika kita melaksanakan PKL khususnya di luar negeri itu, kita itu harus harus selalu berpikiran secara terbuka. Kenapa? Karena kita berada di negeri orang, kita baru di perusahaan itu, dan kita harus siap menerima ilmu-ilmu baru, kita harus menerima pekerjaan-pekerjaan baru yang mana kita belum pernah melakukannya. Maka kita harus selalu berpikiran terbuka, berpikiran positif, agar kita sendiri bisa menerima pekerjaan itu dengan mudah dan baik. Dan selanjutnya itu berani ambil bagian di perusahaan. Kenapa? Karena kebanyakan dari kita PKL itu hanya ingin menerima perintah dari atasan, menerima pekerjaan dari kepala departemen tanpa ingin mengambil bagian dari perusahaan. Dan ini tips dari Jun sama Dwiken itu yang kedua itu adalah berani ambil bagian di perusahaan. Karena apa? Karena ini akan menjadi poin penting bagi kita, poin plus bagi kita di mata mereka, yang membuat kita berimage baik, bercitra baik di depan mereka. Yang ketiga adalah selalu mengucapkan terima kasih. Dan ini dia yang kebanyakan karyawan pabrik di Trepira ya, di perusahaan yang Jun sama Dwiken melakukan internship, melakukan praktek kerja lapangan itu karena kita selalu mengucapkan terima kasih, mereka menjadi menghargai kita. Karena dengan kita mengucapkan terima kasih, para pekerja di sana merasa dihargai dan mereka merasa bahwa kita itu orangnya friendly, orangnya dekat dengan mereka, baik, jadi seperti itu. Dan ini memang sangat penting sekali karena memang sudah ciri khas dari orang Indonesia ataupun dari Asia, kita selalu mengucapkan terima kasih. Ya, mungkin seperti itu saja dari saya, dan nanti dari Teh Weekend akan menampilkan sedikit video singkat kegiatan kita di Jerman. Silahkan moderator.
Okay, thank you to June and Weekend for sharing your experience when you do internship in Germany. And now let's move on to Q&A sessions for June and the Weekend. For the participants who want to ask to June and Weekend about their experience when they're in Germany, you could type your questions in the chat room. And yeah, surprisingly, we've already got some questions from the participants. Oh, all the participants seems really excited about this topic. For the first questions, we have questions from Oppo F5. Okay, so the questions is, cara menjaga kebugarannya gimana Kak, dan aktivitas olahraga Kak? Kalau ada seminggu aktivitas olahraganya berapa kali, mengingat perbedaan iklim di iklim yang berbeda, lalu apa ada hal yang belum tercapai Kak selama di Jerman? So, the Weekend, you may answer the question please from Oppo F5.
Before I answer the question, am I audible? Kedengeran nggak?
Ya, kedengeran.
Okay, before I answer the question, I want to show you all a little our video of our activities there from beginning where depart from Indonesia until we arrive to Germany, and our activities while we do the internship. May I? Ada nggak videonya?
Kedengeran.
Okay.
Kamu di YouTube nggak?
Kita udah nyampe di Bandara Munich. Sekarang kita mau ke Trevira. Guys, kita lagi mau ini hari pertama kita, guys. Jalannya kan jauh ya, sekitar 2,3 kilo lah. Itu jauh setengah jam lah pokoknya ya. Tadi kita
Okay, that was such a great videos that quite explain and sharing the experience of June and weekends live in Germany. Okay, we move to the second questions. This is from Refki Sahid Zinda, and this question is for Jun Anggara. Apakah ada perkumpulan orang Indonesia atau bertemu orang Indonesia di sana? Bisa diceritakan nggak? Jun, you may answer the question, please.
Oke. Pertanyaannya bahasa Indonesia ya. Sebenarnya di Jerman itu ada yang namanya Persatuan Pelajar Indonesia. Itu ada PPI Jerman. Namun karena kota yang Jun sama Dwiken tempatin yang di dekat perusahaan Trepira, itu kotanya di Bobingen, itu di pesisian dari kota Augsburg. Jadi itu adalah kota kecil, karena itu kota kecil ya, di Bobingen itu kota kecil. Jadi nggak ada PPI Jerman di sana. Nah, di Bobingen sama di Augsburg. Kalau PPI Jerman itu yang paling dekat itu adanya di Munich, di Bayern Munich. Nah, dan kita selama waktu kurang lebih 2 bulan itu nggak bisa kesempatan bertemu dengan mereka karena kita libur Sabtu Minggu, dan kalau ingin ke Munich itu perjalanannya jauh, kurang lebih 1,5 jam, dan itu kalau kita pengen ke Munich itu biaya ongkosnya pun gede, jadi kita nggak kesempatan ketemu sama PPI Jerman ataupun orang Indonesia yang ada di Munich sama di Augsburg. Karena selama kita di Augsburg, selama kita di kota itu, kita nggak menemukan orang Indonesia. Seperti itu. Walaupun kita udah cari-cari di grup PPI Jerman. Ya. Mungkin seperti itu, moderator.
Okay, thank you, Jun, for the answers. We still have a lot of questions from the participants, and the third question is from Tia Lianti. Adakah pendamping dari kampus yang memonitoring PKL pada saat di Jerman? Dwiken, you may answer the question, please.
Before I answer the last question, I think I have not answered the first question. Am I right? Kepotong sama video kan? Jadi sebelum jawab pertanyaan yang tadi untuk orang yang ketiga ini, mau jawab dulu pertanyaan yang pertama boleh?
Oke.
Tadi soalnya kan sempat potong sama video. Jadi yang untuk cara menjaga kebugaran gimana? Jujur kita di sana itu cycling ya, tiap hari dari apartemen ke pabrik itu naik sepeda. Jadi udah sama aja kayak olahraga. Jadi nggak ada olahraga rutin mingguan, ya udah sepedahan aja. Lagian kita kemana-mana juga naik sepeda. Jadi ya itu olahraganya. Terus hal yang belum tercapai selama di Jerman. Kalau untuk dalam kegiatan PKL ya, alhamdulillah udah kecapai semua. Bahkan report kita itu selesai 2 minggu sebelum waktu seharusnya kita pulang. Jadi pas waktunya mau pulang tuh kan, nah ini ada yang karena kepotong sama COVID-19, kita tuh harusnya pulang akhir bulan Maret, tapi karena ya ada COVID, akhirnya kita pulang dicepetin jadi tanggal 18 Maret dari sana. Nah itu tuh alhamdulillah report kita udah selesai, jadi COVID-19 ini nggak ada pengaruh apa-apa untuk ke PKL kita. Gitu. Terus untuk pertanyaan selanjutnya tentang monitor dari pendamping, itu kalau nggak salah seminggu sebelum kepulangan kita dari kampus itu ada yang monitor ya via Zoom kayak gini ke pendamping kita yang di perusahaan gitu. Jadi pendampingnya nggak langsung ke Jerman, tapi melakukan monitoring dari via call meeting kayak gini gitu. Itu aja sih paling. Saya kembalikan.
Okay, thank you for June and Weekend for answering the questions from the participants. Unfortunately, that was the last questions for this topic. And I will once again want to thank you to June and Weekend for sharing your experience when you live abroad. I hope this topic will inspire and motivate our all participants that we all have the chance to go abroad and nothing is impossible if you have the will. Okay, so I once again thank you, June and Weekend. Give a round of applause for June and Weekend. Okay, this is the time for our special guest. Before we move to the third speaker, we have two special guests who will share their inspiring and educating experience in their respective fields. Our first special guest is Akshita Jain. She is currently studying Master of Business in Monash University, Australia. And she also has so many work experience, achievements, and activities, such as Prefect Gandhi Memorial, NGO, Organizations of Social Service Trust, and many more, as you can see in her CV on the screen. She is such a lovely and incredible person. She's going to talk about the importance of learning English based on her experience. Without any further ado, please welcome our first special guest today, Akshita Jain. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much for that lovely introduction. Selamat pagi, good morning. Can you see my screen? Yes?
Okay.
Can everybody see my screen?
Yes.
All right, so let me start. I'm so glad to be here. I hope all of you are safe and are in good health. So my name is Akshita. As mentioned, I am 21 years old, 21 tahun, currently doing my master's degree in business from Monash University, Berarti S2 dari Australia. So the topic I will be speaking on today is the importance of English for communication. So I want this session to be really interactive, okay? So keep answering in the chat boxes, all right? So in the first question would be, what is communication? So what, according to you, is communication? You can also raise your hand if you know the answer straight away. If you don't want to chat, then sure, go ahead and unmute yourself. What do you think is communication? Anybody would like to answer? All right, so I'll go ahead and tell you. So exchange of ideas, feelings, thoughts, and information between two people or more is called communication. All right, so communication is not always when two people are talking. Even if you're reading something online or learning something from YouTube, it's called communication. So before I start talking about English, I want to tell all of you that every language and every culture is important. Alright, setiap bahasa itu penting, tetapi bahasa Inggris lebih umum digunakan. So let me give you quick facts about English. So as Ms. Rahita mentioned, English originated in Northwest Germany and Netherlands, and then the language was brought down to Britain. Today, 2 billion people in the world speak English. That means 1/4 of the world's population is speaking English. And thirdly, English is the official language of more than 50 countries. Fascinating, isn't it? And so for talking, chatting, mailing, teaching, learning, English is a necessary language. Bahasa Inggris diperlukan. So now the main question is, Why should we learn English? All right, so can anybody volunteer to read the slides with me? Anybody? So why should we learn English? Anybody is going to volunteer here? All right, so let me read the slides out to you. It's all right. So English is spoken worldwide. All right. It is the third most common language after Chinese and Spanish. All right. And the second point is 1 in 5 people speak or understand English. So any 5 people, take randomly, one person definitely speaks English. And thirdly, it is the most useful language for communicating in today's date. All right. So the next point is why should we learn English? Is because English opens windows of opportunities for you. It increases your chance to get a job at a multinational company. So just like Indians, Chinese, Koreans, they come to Indonesia to learn more and they learn Bahasa Indonesia so that they can work here. Similarly, if you learn English, you can also work in any other country or any other multinational company. And in fact, international companies like Indorama can also hire you once you know English. All right. The second point is it makes you stand out. So if 10 people, they apply for a job and you're the only person who knows how to speak English, well, it gives you an added advantage and you can definitely get that job. Third point is it helps you make new friends. So I'll speak from my experience. When I was studying in India, there was this foreign exchange student that came to India and he was from Germany. Of course, he didn't understand Hindi. He didn't understand Bahasa India. But since he knew English, since I knew English, today we're great friends and I still talk to him even though he's in Germany. And this was only possible because of English. Right? And lastly, English helps you build new interests. So if you know English, you can probably join an English drama class, or maybe you can join English music lessons. You know, sky is the limit, unleash your potential, according to our theme today. So the next point why we should learn English is because English keeps you globally connected. English is the language of business and internet. All right, so this is one point that I will touch on later on. And so let's move on to the next point. That is, international companies nowadays require you to be fluent in English. So if you want a job in Singapore, Thailand, or maybe even Germany, and even if you want to work in a company like Indorama, it is always better to be fluent in English if you want to be hired at a good post. It is an added advantage. All right. The next point is it keeps you well informed. So you must be checking internet very often, right? You must be checking YouTube, the business websites and news websites like the BBC, CNN, Bloomberg, Reuters, Forbes, all of them, they have their content in English. The Facebook pages, Instagram pages, so many of them put their content in English. And so if you know English, it becomes very easy to gain this knowledge from the internet. All right. And the last point is that, of course, if you know English, then you can watch Hollywood movies very well. I'm sure you must be a fan of English movies and you won't need any translation to read English books. Right? So the next point why we should learn English is because it helps you in traveling. So just like June and Weekend, they traveled to Germany. English helped them a lot, I'm pretty sure. So the first point is it helps in making bookings easier. So that's as simple as that. The second point is, well, if you don't know the local language, speak English. So just like Weekend and June, they went to Germany. Of course, they didn't speak Bahasa Indonesia and they didn't know German, right? So what did they speak? They chose to speak English, right? The third point is airport announcements, street signs, emergency information, and ingredients on food items. All of this is written in English. And so once you know the language, it is easy to understand what is going on around you. You won't miss your flight. You won't eat anything that you're allergic to, right? So it helps you a lot. Fourthly, you can travel independently. All right, you don't have to hire any tour guide. You can save so much money in that area. Okay, and the last point is you can learn more. So you must have been to a museum, right? Everybody has gone to a museum. So there's always some information written underneath, which is usually in the local language or maybe in English, right? So once, if you know English, you can definitely learn so much more about the culture in other countries, right? And the next point why we should learn English is because, well, it is an easy language to learn. So look at this example. In English, I would say, hello, my name is Akshita. In Bahasa Indonesia, I'd say, hello, nama saya Akshita. In Spanish, I would say, hola, me llamo Akshita. But look at the other languages. Wow, doesn't it look so hard and so complex? And so this example clearly shows that English is always an easy language that anybody, any one of you can pick up very, very easily. All right. So moving on, I will talk about what are the strategies to learn English quickly and easily. So I'm going to speak from my perspective and how my experience has been with English. So let me tell you one thing. Learning is a continuous process. If you're thinking, wow, Akshita speaks so well, that is not true. I am still learning. I still don't know so many words. And so Google and my Kamus, my dictionary is my God. So the first point is speak. Speak a lot. Practice with your friends. All right. If you don't know, if you don't speak, then you won't know where are you going wrong and how are you sounding. All right. So speak a lot. Second point is keep reading. All right. So I remember when I was young, I used to pick up any book, any child's book, and used to read those. All right. So learn slowly. Start easy. You need to start easy, then slowly move on to reading a page from the Jakarta Post, all right, or from a news magazine, or news articles, all right. Third point is watch. I would recommend this a lot. Okay, watch funny TV shows that are in English. Watch English movies. It is super fun, and trust me, even though I know English so well, but I still use English subtitles. So it's all right. You can learn very easily once you start learning these, once you start watching these English shows, and it becomes really fun. And also, I would like to suggest that once you get to, once they're speaking some word that you don't know, pause the show, Google it up, know the word, search the word, find the meaning, and that's how you learn new things. That's how you learn new words. And that's how the fourth point, that's what I suggest for my fourth point, which is that you should learn 10 words each day. All right. So when I was young, I used to open up my dictionary, choose random words, learn them up, and used to write them in my exams. So whenever you do this, your vocabulary increases. Vocab is very important. All right. And writing good words in exams, in your CV, in your resume, it will always create a positive and a good impression about you. All right. So learn 10 words each day. And if you learn 10 words each day, by the end of the year, 3,650 words is what you'll learn. Isn't that amazing? And lastly, don'ts. Remember the don'ts. Don't be shy. All right. Don't stop talking. And don't give up. Patience is the key, all right? So every new thing needs efforts, time, and English also requires patience. So keep talking and keep learning. Okay, trust me, if you follow these steps, speak, read, watch, learn, know the don'ts, nobody can stop you from mastering English, all right? So moving on, I would talk about my stream. Since I'm doing business, I'll talk about how English is in the business world and why is it important. Okay, so as a business student, you can trust my word on this. English is the global language of business. You must be knowing brands like Apple, Samsung, Nokia, Microsoft, Toyota. All these international companies are located in various countries, okay? And so with such a geographically diverse functioning, it is important that one common language is used, okay? So one common language is necessary so that they function without any miscommunication, okay? Second point is businesses are always looking forward to cut costs. They don't want any extra cost. They want only profit. So that means they want better efficiency, okay? To get more efficiency, they employ universal English policy. A universal English policy, if a company achieves, they can have worldwide coordination among customers, employees, suppliers, manufacturers, marketers, and various other partners. All right, I hope you're understanding. So the third point is that if companies fail to have a language strategy, okay, so if there's no one common language, then they limit their growth opportunities. So there's a limitation to your growth. There will always be a disadvantage compared to other companies who have a single language strategy, that is English, okay? Another point is that when you're negotiating, okay, for example, if we talk about merger is when two companies join together. So for example, Sony and Ericsson, they join and became what? Sony Ericsson, right? And acquisition is when one company buys another company. So Facebook bought Instagram, Facebook bought WhatsApp. So that is an acquisition. So when you're doing this, when you're doing these deals, it is very hard to crack these deals, honestly. It is super complicated. But if the language is not being used the same way, if there's no one common language, then the clients, they lose interest and they don't want to do business with you. So you're understanding my point. You definitely will lose leads, customers, if they do not understand your language. So these are very small things that matter, but they create a big difference in the business sector, in the business environment. And lastly, English helps create an international image. So if your company, for example, it's from China, okay, and you do not incorporate English on your products or your websites and your marketing and your, everything, English is not there at all. Then people who look at your company, who look at your products, they will think that, oh, this is a Chinese company, this is not for me. And this way, the company will lose so many customers. All right, but if you use English in your company, on your products, in your website, well, it makes you an international brand. It creates an international image for you. And that's how you gain an audience. That's how you gain customers. All right, so trust me, I have seen so many students over here in Australia that don't know English and they struggle so much to find jobs. So in the end, all they have to do is, they go back to their home country and that's where they have to work. But if you really want to study abroad, if you really want to work outside, English is definitely the key to your success. All right, so that brings us to the end of the lesson. I hope you enjoyed, because I really enjoyed this session. So I'm going to summarize the points that I just told you. So the first point is English is the third most common spoken language worldwide. Secondly, it opens windows of opportunities for you. So from getting a good high paid job, to making new friends, to getting new interests, it opens so many opportunities for you. Third point is it keeps you connected, all right, with the world, the social media, news, information online, everything. It will help you stay connected. It keeps you more aware, all right? And then you can read books online, or maybe, watch English movies. English helps you in traveling and in business, okay? It's a fun and easy language to learn, so you should definitely know English. And lastly, please do keep learning every single day. Overall, English will improve your quality of life, and thus it is important for communication. All right. So now I'm open to questions and answers. And thank you so much. Stay safe, stay healthy, keep speaking English. That's about it. I hope you enjoyed the session. I can see lots of comments. Thank you so much. So if you have any questions, please drop down on the chat. It's so good to see you all.
Thank you,
Thank you so
Akshita. Thank you so much for sharing this valuable knowledge to us. But before we come to the Q&A sessions with you, we're gonna let Sahil Nandal to presentation about and sharing about his experience first. And it's for all the participants, it's time for our second guest to also will share his inspiring story and experience. And our second special guest is Sahil Nandal. He is student of University of British Columbia. He is also awarded Chancellor Scholars Designation and Dean's Analyst Designations. Beside that, he has still so many awards. And he has a lot of works and volunteers experience, such as Conference on Diversity in Engineering, UBC Department of Materials Engineering, and many more. Without any further ado, please welcome our second special guest, Sahil Nandal. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Terima kasih Salsabila buat introduksi itu. Terima kasih juga ke Miss Widya dan Polytechnic Engineering Indonesia buat oportunitas ini. I am very humbled. Yes, so thank you so much for this opportunity to present. And lovely seeing everyone over here. I'm just going to quickly share my screen. Okay, perfect. Can everyone see the presentation now?
Yes.
Okay, that's nice. Just going to quickly, okay, there we go. So yes, I'm going to talk about the importance of technical communication in engineering specifically. So yeah, thank you again to Akshita for giving us that great overview about why communication, and especially in the English language, is so important universally. So I'll get started a little bit about me, basically. I'm studying at the University of British Columbia. I just finished my degree this past May, so a couple months ago, and I specifically graduated with a specialization in materials engineering. And materials engineering is something that's a very unique program. It's not, as popular as far spread as other programs in engineering. It's very niche. And we get to talk about all kinds of things in engineering, specifically with materials. So failure of automobiles or aviation components. We do a lot of quality assurance. We do like stuff like hydrometallurgy or pyrometallurgy, which is like dealing with chemistry or like stuff to do with like steel and manufacturing in general. And then the third field that materials engineers usually deal with is mineralogy. So mining and extraction, and like how to make sure that we are efficiently and also very, very responsibly using the resources of our natural planet that's kind of exhausting as we go by year over year. So my interests specifically lie in the automobile and aviation fields. This is what I've always liked as a child. I've loved planes and flying, and through my experiences working through my degree, I've gotten to work at an automobile clean energy manufacturing supply chain company. So that's where that interest of mine has sparked. Also throughout my degree, I have been involved extensively, apart from engineering, with community engagement. I've worked with organizations such as UBC Residence Life, which means, at big universities such as the University of British Columbia, we have as many as 13,000 residents living on campus here. So I was a residence advisor and then a senior residence advisor, promoting personal growth and also like seeing that, everyone's living comfortably and also is feeling academically, emotionally successful and comfortable where they are. And of course, my connection to Purwakarta. I've grown up there. I've lived there for 18 years, I think. So before I came to Canada, all of my life I've lived in Purwakarta, and I absolutely love, of course, the city and Indonesia as a country. So that's a little bit about me. And I'm going to talk about different I guess tips and advice for you folks about how and why communication in engineering is so important. Okay, so let's unwrap communication a little bit. I've split it here into 4 parts. So listening, consistency, following up, and planning. As with any other field, listening is very important in successful engineering communication. And that can be listening verbally, so actively listening as we talk to each other face to face, but also equally listening via other forms of communication. So via emails, presentations, so it's very important for your client to be heard. And so like making sure that you're understanding everything that is being said is so critical to a successful process or a project in general in engineering. Secondly is consistency. So what I mean by consistency is, making sure that you follow the same standard, the same gold standard in how you perform your work, right? And again, that can be any kind of work. That can be written work, that can be presentations, that can be the quality of the data analysis that you're doing on a particular project. But being consistent is so important for your clients, for your supervisors, for your team, to make sure that they have enough trust in you and that you can carry any project or any component of a specific specialization of a project that you're put in charge of. Next, and this is something that we tend to forget because in the engineering profession, much like many other professions, again, you're always busy. You're busy kind of like with multiple projects, multiple clients, multiple deadlines, all of which can kind of get to you eventually. And so following up, which means just basically making sure that you're communicating again with all your clients and customers, and making sure that they feel heard and they feel like listened to is very important. And if you think that, for example, there's a delay in a process, so making sure you know that both of you are on the same page is so important in general. And lastly, planning, right? Planning is such a big part of successful organization. And planning is a part of communication because, what you plan is what you communicate to your stakeholders, the people in charge. So making sure that you're communicating the entire plan for the process is very important, because that way you make sure that everyone's again on the same page and that all deliverables, all the project deadlines are making their correct dates on time, and so everyone's happy in the process. So this is a little bit of a general flow in terms of how communication works in different forms within engineering. So again, this could be verbal, this could be written, this could be in person. Usually you begin by providing context, right? So for successful communication, we need to give context to the people we're talking to. So again, remind them of what it is that is being discussed, because often people are dealing with multiple things. So make sure that you bring them up to speed. Make sure you tell them everything that they need to know about the current process or the current project or the current status of a particular situation, and provide them that context. So that's usually step 1. And that very organically leads to step 2, which is giving relevant details. And with engineering, it's so important, more than any other field, I would argue, to be very, very concise, right? You cannot give unnecessary details because that, again, will throw you off track. That might confuse the person you're talking to, because, again, that's something that they don't need to know about. So be very sure about what you're giving them in terms of the details to a particular situation, to a particular context, to a particular data set, let's say, right? So giving only relevant details is important so that you can follow up and also so that they can be on the same page as you are with whatever you're talking about. And the last thing is something you must have or must not have maybe heard of, is called a call to action. That's when you say, that's the last part of let's say an email that you write to, which is basically the action item. What is it that you want from this conversation? What is it that you want from having, given that context and given those relevant details, right? So this is maybe like a 1 or 2 sentences, again, very short, very brief, about, okay, this is the project and this is where we are at. And now the call to action could be, what is our plan moving forward, considering the deadlines in a week? Or the call to action could be, I'm making sure that I'm doing all the data analysis and making sure that the raw data is prepared by Wednesday evening so that we can, make the project kind of come together on time as well. So that's the general flow for communication in engineering, as with, again, a lot of other fields. Another important thing with engineering is dialogue, right? Because, you know, contrary to kind of stereotypes, an engineering professional actually has a lot of like responsibilities. It's not that you're always on your computer kind of doing Excel sheets or like working on softwares. You'll be running to meetings. You'll be talking to people individually. You'll be making presentations to clients. You could be doing a lot of things in a day that are not, you know, just like sitting on your computer. And that's where dialogue comes in. And productive dialogue is an essential part to a successful career in engineering. And what do I mean by dialogue? Again, this could be multi-stakeholder dialogues where there's multiple people involved on a round table, or it could be like one-on-one dialogue where you're talking to just one other person. So a couple points here. The first one being open-ended versus closed-ended questions. So this is the kind of question that you want to ask, right? So open-ended question is a question that has a yes or no answer. So if you want something very specific from someone, you know, you would just say, oh, is it sunny outside, right? And then they'll say, okay, yes or no, because there can't be any other answer, right? Oh, sorry, I said that was for open-ended. I meant that for closed-ended. So closed-ended questions are where there's yes or no answers. So there's a single word answer, right? Open-ended questions, on the other hand, they prompt discussion. So how are you feeling today? What is the status of the workflow, right? That you ask those kinds of questions when you want to know more about a particular situation. So again, it's very important to be thoughtful about the kind of question that you're asking and the kind of response that you want from it, right? And related to that point as well is leading questions. Leading questions are questions that you ask so that, again, to kind of like find or gain a particular response from the person that you're asking to. So a leading question could be, how do you think you're going to plan your day today? You know, if you're concerned about, oh, okay, I'm noticing that someone's not following on track or not being as productive, you know, you ask a leading question so that you get a desired response from the person you're talking to. And the middle thing over here is the convergent versus divergent approaches. So convergent, again, as you may know, is like kind of coming together to a point, and divergent is like going far away, right? So when you have these discussions, convergent discussions are ones where, you know, you want to reach a consensus. You want to reach a point where everyone's talking about the same thing and kind of agrees onto one particular platform. And divergent approaches you use, so the ones that you go far away, you use those when, you know, you want there to be creativity, you want there to be multiple perspectives, you want to hear everyone's opinions, and maybe you're brainstorming on something, right? So it's very important to choose the kind of conversation that you have based on the context and the situation again. Okay, so we come to some engineering specific tools that, you know, again, so some of these might be new, some of these you've probably heard of, but I've used these in my experience, and I think they're very valuable to a lot of different kinds of engineering specializations. So our guiding question here is, what can help engineers have a good balance between storytelling and technical detail in how they project their verbal and written work? So I've identified 6 tools here. The first one is a Gantt chart. So a Gantt chart is a scheduling tool, actually, that a lot of engineers use to mark the project's timeline. So, you know, by week 1, this task should be done. It's usually a table, you know, with multiple like rows and different tasks. And then there's like timelines on the y-axis where they say, okay, by week 1, this should be done, and this should begin week 2, and maybe continue until week 3, and then something else begins in week 4, and then continues until week 7. So there can be different permutations and combinations of tasks. But again, what the Gantt chart really helps with is staying on track for a project or for a deliverable, right? And this can be used very transferably in different fields within engineering. So if this is something that you don't know of, especially in manufacturing, make sure that you kind of look into it. It's not hard to use, and there's a lot of online tools and like templates that you can use for scheduling activities with the Gantt chart. The next one is a SWOT analysis. So SWOT stands for strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. So what they do is like, you know, they make 2 axes, again, so an X and a Y axis, and there's like 4 cubicles. And in each cubicle, you kind of give, you know, the strength, the weakness, the opportunities, and the threat. So you brainstorm with your colleagues about, you know, what are the strengths of the company or the team? What are the weaknesses of the company or the team? And then what are some opportunities that are currently available to the team in terms of making moves forward, right? And what are some threats in general to kind of making progress in general? So you think about these internal and external factors, and that helps you give clarity to the situation and where you are and what you're doing right now in general, right? So again, it's a very powerful tool in general to like kind of make sure that your company or your organization or your team, whatever it is it gives you like a little bit of a context and a little bit of like reflection time to see, okay, are we doing well or are we not doing well, right? The third one, is again used in business, in engineering, and in all other fields, and I won't expand on it as much. It's called the scenario matrices. So these help predict alternative futures. So looking 10, 20 years in advance, where would engineering be? Where would automation be? Let's say in the mining engineering field, where would like clean energy cars be? How much of the world would be using electric cars or hydrogen fuel cell cars, right? So scenario matrices use major factors and deliverables to understand exactly where we're headed and then create different kinds of futures. So different kinds of alternative futures. So again, that's a very powerful tool. Number 4 here, Oracle Agile. That is a product lifestyle tool. So I've used this when I worked for a company called Ballard Power Systems. A lot of our different processes, products, and projects, it helps manage them all onto one platform. So you know who's working on which project, you know which project is at what stage of its cycle, you know what's late and what's being delivered on time. And again, a lot of big companies use this universally to make sure that their inventory and everything that they're doing with their manufacturing processes is going on track. The 5th one, maybe you're more familiar with, Microsoft Outlook. And that's used for basically emails globally on both Windows and iOS devices. But what's very interesting is that email etiquette and how to write emails, professionally, concisely, is a whole topic of its own. So you have to make sure that you're being very professional, that you're being very concise, and that you're making sure that your point is getting across without having to send multiple emails to one another. And then Outlook as a software itself is also very powerful because you can do a lot of things with the ribbon on top. So the different, the different menus, the home, the insert, scheduling, automatic replies. So this is something to look into because no matter where you work, email is something that you'll definitely be using. And the last thing is, again, very specific to engineering, and that's called the iterative design process. Iterative meaning that it repeats itself, right? So the design process in engineering is designed in such a way that there's different stages. There's a brainstorming phase, there's a creation phase, there's an ideation phase, right? And then there's the execution phase. So I think the order is brainstorming, ideation, creation, execution. And you do that for a particular product, let's say, but then you don't just stop once. You do that once, you come up with version 1. Then you do it again, you come up with version 2, right? And that's how you improve on the product or the process or the project that you're working on. So iterative design process is very, very primitive, and it's part of the DNA of how engineers in general design different products. So hopefully that's helpful as well. And then the last thing I'd want to talk about is my personal experiences to give you more context. So I've worked for, like I said, different places within the university and in Vancouver and in Canada in general. Notably, I worked for a company called Ballard Power Systems that makes hydrogen fuel cells for automobiles. So it's a clean energy company, and it makes engines for automobile manufacturers across the world. So for German manufacturers, for American manufacturers, for Japanese manufacturers. And I specifically worked in the failure analysis team, which was very rewarding because I got to speak with clients from different, parts of the company, as well as clients that were external to the company. So our supply chain partners or external, our customers in general that had all kinds of issues with the different components of the fuel cell battery, so a fuel cell engine, and then they came to us with all their problems, and we had to kind of devise a way to experiment it, to do the data analysis, to do the lab work, and then to present it in terms of a solution. I've also worked in the UBC Department of Materials Engineering, which is the department that I graduated from. And I worked there as a research assistant, working on aluminum casting, so solidification of aluminum metal that is used in automobiles. We were looking at different kinds of aluminum alloys and their solidification behavior as they went from a hot to a cool temperature, and use that to perform strength analyses to see which combination of aluminum alloy is the best in terms of the price, the different alloying elements that are added to it for the automobile industry. And specifically there, our client was Toyota. And like I said at the beginning, so my third and very different experience is with UBC Residence Life as a residence advisor and senior residence advisor. So I worked there for 3 years part-time. And that, again, gives you so much experience in terms of being able to have one-on-one interpersonal conversations with different residents. You get to meet people from a lot of international backgrounds. And you just get to learn so much about what matters to people and what you can do to kind of help them succeed at university in general. So yeah, I'm so sorry I had to like power through that, but hopefully it was useful. Thank you so much again for listening. I've listed my email ID here. Feel free to take a picture. I have also my LinkedIn profile. Feel free to send me a connection request and we can stay connected and talk about any of the things that you saw today or anything that you want to do in the future. I'd be more than happy to kind of discuss that as well. And thank you again, Polytechnic Engineering Indorama, for this opportunity.
Okay, thank you, Sahil, for sharing about yourself and your life when you live in Canada. So yeah, let's move to question and answer sessions for Akshita and Sahil. We have questions from Ina to Akshita. Okay, how English helps you in your career growth? So Akshita, you may answer the question, please. Akshita, sorry.
To mute.
Okay.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you now.
As I mentioned earlier, I'm so sorry for that. As I mentioned earlier, see, the more languages you know, the more languages you put in your CV, it's better for you. So it's not just English that I'm talking about, all right? So how English helps you in career growth. So for example, from the beginning, I'll start, okay? So the more languages you know, the employers will see, okay, this person knows more languages. This person can talk to more clients. This person can talk to, can crack more deals. So that is the first step. And that's where you get recognized. So they hire you from there. And then your career growth, once you're in the company, all right? So when you're fluent with English, you can talk to people, you can talk to customers, you can talk to, in fact, the higher management people. Then they think that, oh, okay, all right, this person is capable of being a manager, a leader, and that's how they promote you, and that's how it is very necessary for your career growth. And I hope I answered your question.
Okay, thank you for the answers. It was such impressive answers. So for the next questions, we have questions from Refki Sahid Zinda, and this question is for Sahil. How do we learn easily many terms of engineering?
I would say, what's most important with engineering, you get your education, but all the people that I've seen that have become successful in the engineering field as young professionals have a lot of like experience in terms of their, different, like, I guess the work experiences through the college or like work experiences outside of college. So these could be internships that you actively look out for, because when you get to speaking from personal experience, what I learned in university is so different from what I learned through my internship experiences, because there you have to be on the floor, you have to learn everything from scratch. And then that's how you kind of, being in that fast-paced manufacturing environment, you get to learn a lot about, okay, what processes work, what processes don't work, as well as like, how, again, like Akshita was saying, you get to interact with people in high management, you get to interact with people who have recently joined the company, and you get to talk to like a lot of people with a lot of different experiences, and their life journeys, and their kind of mentorship teaches you a lot in terms of, okay, what is the technical engineering field look like, right? What it also helps you with in general is understanding what you like and dislike in terms of a career, right? For example, you can think that, okay, I love aviation, right? And then when you get to work there, you realize that, oh, this is very different from what I thought, right? And then you realize, okay, aviation is not for me, so I'm going to look into other opportunities. So I would say, to Refki, like, try to kind of go out for as many different opportunities that you can in terms of internships. And there you'll hopefully find different mentors that will help you with like, just guidance and learning more about the engineering technical field.
Okay, thank you, Sahil, for the answers. we still have some questions for Sahil and Akshita. And this third question is from Rizda to Sahil. Difficulties you face when you learn the engineering terms?
Well, I think, like with everything else, it takes a little time to get used to different terms, right? Because when I was working at Ballard, for example, there was a lot of different acronyms. So again, acronyms are like short forms, right? So everyone around me at the company, because they work there full time, they were very familiar with these short forms and they would say them all the time. And like, I would be very confused, for example. But there was this whole document that they give to everyone new that joins that has just all the acronyms, right? So you have to familiarize yourself with those acronyms, as well as different, like, I would say for me, to be able to understand what issues a part is having, you have to understand the component specifically. So, because I worked with failure analysis, my first step was to understand how the fuel cell works and how Ballard's products specifically function. So understanding, their entire hierarchy, the entire structure, what goes where and what works in, which direction, was what took a lot of time. So it probably took, like, I worked there for a whole year, but it took me like 2-3 months to fully ground myself in that experience. But I think that is so important. And I feel like in every new experience that you join, as long as you have supportive supervisors and mentors, they want to make sure that you are fully settled in before you can start functioning, at a level that is similar to someone that's just joined the company.
Okay, thank you so much.
Yeah.
The next questions is actually from me, and this questions to Akshita. Well, any ideas to motivate us, the students, especially me, if I want to study abroad and make the career abroad?
All right. So motivation to, all right. So as we have seen from Dwight and Ju's video, the pictures, they were amazing. All right. It's a different experience altogether. So before my master's degree, I was sent to India and I was so upset with my parents because I was like, I know this culture. I want to know something new. I want to meet new people. And that's why I wanted to come outside. And so they sent me to Australia. And honestly, the people over here are so different. The work culture is so different. The pay is so much higher. I think the pay should be the biggest motivator for all of you to come outside and, in fact, enjoy this developed nation experience.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. And we have the last questions for both of you. And the question is, challenge in studying during pandemic, both business and engineering, and how to sort it out. So maybe to Akshita first to answer.
All right. So when I got to know first that, the pandemic will limit my learning and I won't be able to go to the campus, I won't be able to enjoy the campus life, I was definitely demotivated at first. But then I realized that we can still connect and network through Zoom, through chat, through email. It is as easy as that. You should have the will to keep learning. That's about it. Okay. So, when the Zoom calls came in, when I started talking to my lecturers, when I started connecting with my colleagues and peers on WhatsApp, on Facebook, on Instagram, through Zoom as well, I realized that it's as easy as that. All right. And so I didn't really feel or face any difficulty as such. So it's all about your heart. It's all about your will to learn more, to study more. And yeah, you can conquer any challenge.
Okay, so now Sahil, please answer.
Yeah, for sure. So for us, UBC transitioned to online learning in the middle of March. And like Akshita, I was like, definitely very demotivated when it first began, because again, everyone was on such a different page, the instructors, the students, it was so hard to kind of align ourselves to each other. And with engineering, especially because, the way professors teach, there's so much writing, right? So there was a lot of like technological like learning that everyone had to do. And so initially it was not at the same level as being in class and watching someone write on the blackboard. But I think eventually everyone like put in the extra effort to kind of make sure that, you know, the instructors are doing their part in understanding that, okay, you know, how does technology work? You know, how can I like now write digitally and make sure that my students are still understanding? The biggest drawback, I would say, you know, was that with engineering, there's so much collaborative work, right? We, you know, students meet and there's so many different ideas, brainstorming, like bouncing off stuff from each other. So there was no way to do that in person. But again, you know, eventually I think Zoom became more and more, I got more and more accustomed to it. You know, I was being less and less awkward, you know, looking at people on the screen as opposed to looking at them like, you know, the same room. So yeah, determination and willpower is, yeah, I agree, super important. As long as you want to learn, you know, there's always a way. Yeah.
Okay, thank you so much for both of you for sharing your knowledge and informations. And I would like to thank to Akshita and Sahil Nanda. I hope these sharing sessions with you guys can motivate and inspire the participants and to pursue their career abroad or even in Indonesia. I once again thank you so much to you. So see you next time. I hope we can meet in the next opportunity.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Yeah.
Okay, so now come to our last topic and our last speakers. For this third topic is the importance of English in digital era by Mr. Kiki Wardana, SSMA. He is a youth mentor and currently working as lecturer in Universitas Harapan Medan. He has so many achievements working and organizations experience, such as first winner of Ambassador Award for Excellence 2014 for Master Degree Students category, New Delhi, India, Indonesian Students Representative at World Student and Youth, and many more. So without further ado, please welcome our third speaker, Mr. Kiki Wardana, SSMA.
Thank you, moderator, and good day, everyone. How's about my audio? Is it clear enough?
Yeah, is it good?
Okay, thank you. So first of all, I'd like to express my gratitude toward Yayasan Pendidikan Indorama for giving me this opportunity to share my knowledge and then my experience to, I heard that these participants are the students, most of them, and also upcoming students, the new students, right? So prospect students. So welcome to Yayasan Pendidikan Indorama. I would like to also say my gratitude to the Vice Director of Yayasan Pendidikan Indorama, Insinyur Slamet Riyadi MT, and to every committee that have made this platform, this webinar, made this far so far very great. And the topic that was given to me was actually the importance of English language in digital era, but I want to make it more niche. I want to make it more specific. I want to talk about young generation, your generation, as I'm actually working as a youth mentor. So in this platform, in this occasion, I'll be talking about Generation Z, social media, and English language. So we're gonna see how these three things are related to each other and relate on each other. Okay, and it is very interesting actually to talk about the young generation, particularly the Generation Z. If we have heard so much about millennial generation, which is my generation, I think the trend now has been shifted to Generation Z, which is your generation. So basically, Generation Z is the young people who were born in 1995 to 2010. And having said that, I'm no longer eligible to be called as Generation Z, okay? But those of you who are following and participating in this webinar, I'm sure most of you are belong to this Generation Z or Gen Z. We call it Gen Z. It's a very irritating word, right? Gen Z, okay. So there are some important characteristic that you need to know for yourself, because the topic of this webinar is to unleash your potential. So I want you to really look up into yourself and find out your potential and knowing your traits and behavior and characteristic. And then this is based on the McKinsey reports that it says the Gen Z is a very cynical generation. The cynical here doesn't mean negative vibe. It has no negative meaning at all. Cynical means that your generation is the generation that is seeking factual information. You want to verify every information. You want to make it clear that any information that you get is factual. They are rigid, they are valid. So basically, you are the generation that is want to prove anything correct, okay? And there is nothing wrong about being cynical. Being cynical means that you want to prove that the information is clear or not, is true or not, because there's so many wrong information, false information is going on in the internet or in the space world. That's why you need to verify it. So being cynical is not a bad thing. It's a good thing actually. Next. Says that your generation is a very private generation. Private here means that, yes, you are kind of exclusive generation. You just want to connect and reconnect with your people who are like-minded with you, the people who have this, the same vision and mission, the people who have the same goals and objectives. So you can connect with this kind of people so much. But also private here means that you want to be more focused to attain your goals. So I think that's something positive from this generation. And it also says that your generation is very entrepreneurial, means having born as a Generation Z, you want to be a businessman or an entrepreneur. You want to be the CEO of yourself. You want to be the business owner. Even when you started the business very small, like small, medium enterprises, but you are very confident that you can develop this kind of business into something big, because your generation is the generation which has been so much inspired by the millennial generation, be it the founder of Facebook, like Mark Zuckerberg, or any other companies, unicorn companies, startups. You've been inspired by this kind of situation, and you really want to be a part of this big cycle. Next, it says that you are a multitasking. I kind of agree with this personality, but I just also want to say that you are very good in switching the task, right? Not only doing the multitasking, but switching the task. You are very multi-talented generation and personalities. For example, maybe my generation, it will be hard for my generation to, let's say, while driving and then open Google Maps. Yeah, but your generation can do it very easily. Yeah, that's our differences. And then this is very interesting. It says that you are hyper aware. Hyper aware means also that you are very aware of your surrounding. You are very aware of the social problems that you can find around you, and you want to find a solution for that problems. If you ever heard about Greta from the Sweden, who is talking much about protecting the nature, and in Indonesia, we have the Melati Wishen. Melati Wishen is a very famous young girl from Bali who has this initiation of taking care of plastic bags in Bali, and he was able to make a new regulation in Bali to stop using the plastic bag. So this kind of generation, just like the profiles I have mentioned before, is very you. You are hyper aware of the surrounding. You are hyper aware of the problems around you. And if you also ever heard about the platforms such as crowdfunding like kitabisa.com, most of the initiators are actually the Generation Z, okay? And the last one is very much related to the next page that I'm going to talk about, that you are very technology reliant. That means you cannot live without technology. Maybe when you open your eyes, the first thing that you grab on is your cell phone, your smartphone, right? Or the first thing you open up your eyes, maybe you just want to check what's happening on social media. and so on and so forth. So you are a very technology reliant. Your generation is the generation that teaches, yeah, my generation and the previous generation, maybe the baby boomers, to use the technology. Okay, so let's go to the next page. Okay, actually, I'm going to talk about your generation, the Gen Z, as the digital native. So digital native is one of the first terminology which is coined by Mark Prensky in 2001 in his book, saying that these digital natives are those people who were born with the technology in the digital technology era and very familiar with internet, with computers, with any other devices since the early age. So I believe that you belong to this as digital native. What about us? What about other generation? Other generation are being called as digital immigrant. We are said that we are digital immigrant because we're not born with this kind of technology, but you were born with that. Okay, so let's take a look to yourself. How do you need to embrace uh, when you are learning something, right? So because you are very thirsty of knowledge, your generation Z is very thirst of knowledge. So let's talk about how you're gonna use your traits to learn something. First, it says that most of your generation Z is actually intuitive learners. What does it mean by intuitive learners? Intuitive learners mean that you are very practical, you are enjoying finding new things everywhere, maybe from the internet. You are very abstract, you are very theory oriented, but you are actually looking the problems from the big picture and you are trying to find the solution and try to connect and reconnect the missing dots or the missing links from the problem. So I'm actually very proud of these kind of learners because they want to elaborate, they want to explore, they want to find out the information by themselves, but still they are holding this kind of theory oriented kind of personality. And the second one that just like I've said before, your generation loves to learn by discovering. Yeah, you need the classroom, you need the teachers, but most of you are the one who have done the homework very much. You are the one who are doing research. You are the one who are doing or seeking factual information. You don't want to be deceived by any other false information. You want to discover something new and make it very useful for your life and your community. And yes, your generation prefers graphics instead of text. Yeah, so you are actually visual generation. You want to be a generation that can be pleased by eyes, by something pleasant to see. Okay. Now, this is like the data or what we call as the Gen Z's digital DNA and how you interact with the technology, social media. It says that most of you are using Snapchat instead of Facebook or Instagram because just like I've told you earlier that your generation is actually a very private generation. You just want to talk with your close friends. You just want to reconnect with your friends, which is you know very well. So this kind of Snapchat is very useful for you. And then why you are using less platform like Facebook or Instagram, because you will learn something from our generation, from millennial generation, because you have seen our generation flaunting something in the internet, in the social media, and you don't want to do the same mistake like us. Maybe you see us posting, you know, the fancy food. You see us posting, traveling to other places, to other countries, but your generation just want to make it private. You just want to see our generation, millennial generation, and you learn from our audacity. You learn from our proud in using the social media. So basically your generation is just like I've told you before, that your Gen Z is very private. You just want to use social media for your own purpose that has a functions in your life. Your generation also uses YouTube so much because you've learned something from YouTube. You discover many things from YouTube, and you want to copy the same mechanism of YouTube in your life. You want to utilize this social media such as YouTube to make impact in your life. So that's the Gen Z's digital DNA. Yeah. So next, I'm going to talk about English. So let's talk about English. I know that the previous speakers, Ibu Sian, and then other speakers also have mentioned and have told you about the importance of English. Here, I have presented things that why you need to learn English, because English is important, just like what I have written here. First of all, English initiates the path for your career. Yes, by having this kind of competency in English, you will have a brighter career. For example, you will have plus point, and you will have something which is unique if you are mastering more than one language. Particularly in this case, if you are mastering English, you are being interviewed in English, and you can answer the questions very easily, and you can describe yourself. You can describe the objective of your reasons why you want to join to that company in English. That means you have this kind of plus point. So it will open the career for you when you are learning English. And second, it makes you connected to the world. Just like we are having today, we are connected from everywhere around the world. There is a speaker from Canada, there is a speaker from Australia, there is a speaker from Medan, Indonesia, which is far away from your place. So we are talking about this kind of thing by using by using English as our platform, by using English as our media. So it makes you connected to the world. When you are, let's say, even commenting to your favorite stars or idol in let's say in his or her Instagram or in YouTube, you will use English, right? You don't use Bahasa Indonesia because it will not make you connected to them. Okay, and then positions you to the global arena. Yeah, it means that when you have this kind of competence, when you have this English competence, you will be able to compete in the global arena. Competing in the global arena means that you have the same opportunities with other citizens of the world. If you ever heard about Asian Community 2020, actually it's now in 2020, but seems that coronavirus avoids us to make this Asian 2020 comes through, maybe 2025. You will be able to work in other Asian countries freely. And if you have this kind of English competency with you, you'll be able to compete with the citizen, with the people from the Philippines who are well known with their English proficiency, or you will be able to compete with the people from Singapore, from the Malaysia, because we are one Asian, right? And English can overcome your communication barrier. Yes, who doesn't want this kind of communication competency? If you have English with you, you'll be able to speak with anyone, everywhere in the world. And English reassures your futures. It seems like when you are mastering English, you have a passport with you. You have a passport to make your future better. I can give the examples like those who are not born with this kind of competence, those who are not having this kind of competence will feel left behind by the peers because they cannot communicate with other people in the world, right? But if you have this competence in English, it will reassure your future. You will have a brighter future than these people. And it takes you anywhere in the world. Yeah, just like the passport, English will connect you to the people in other countries, in other continents. Even if you want to, let's say, to travel the world, the basic rules is that you have to master English as the international language. it attains your whole new experience and cultures, because learning language is actually not about learning the structure, the pattern, but also when you want to learn English, you will get to know about their cultures, the people, the experience, and so on and so forth. And also it navigates your success. Yeah, navigates your success means it is driving your success into a better career. And of course, when you are learning new language such as English, it trains your brain, because when you are using new language other than your mother tongue, you will be exposed to many structures, you will be exposed to many vocabularies, you will be exposed to many sentences, idioms, slangs, and so on and so forth. So actually, learning new language, particularly English, will train your brain to be more active. Okay. So let's talk about the social media and English language. So this is very interesting actually, because as an English lecturer myself, found that the social media has changed the pattern or the demography of English language, and it's very interesting and fascinating. Okay, let's talk about this. So actually social media is actually doing this kind of appropriating existing vocabulary. If you have noticed that the word like wall is associated with a house, right? A house must have wall, but in social media, wall means what? Anyone knows? Wall means yes, it's like a stream in your Instagram, in your Facebook. You're posting something on your wall, right? I think you know already about this. And tablet, before the tablet has different meaning, but because of social media, tablet is known for the device for you, yeah, for the device such as your smartphone, and then yeah, any tablets that you know. And then troll here means that anyone who uses internet irresponsibly, anyone who wants to make war in internet, anyone who wants to spread hatred in internet. That's what we call as troll. Before, troll means something different than this. Okay. The streaming was actually associated with the nature, with the river, but now streaming means like this. You are streaming the internet right now by joining the webinar. And then the catfish, if you heard about catfish before in bahasa Indonesia, ikan lele ya kan? Ikan lele. But in English, catfish, when someone is doing sexually verbal abuse, you can say he or she is doing the catfishing. Okay, and then the feed is associated with animals. Before, you want to feed your pet, but now feed means your exposure of your social media. What is your feed? How does your feed look like? Is it nice? Is it monochrome? Is it very fancy? Something like that. And then the last one is Insta story. Have you heard about Insta story? Yes, this is very much the word that we have heard every time. And then thread, this is very also much used in the Twitter. Okay, now we were talking about vocabulary which is not have been there before. Vocabularies which have not been coined before in English, but now it is used in English, such as unfriend, right? Unfriend. So unfriend and selfie are the words that have never been before in the English dictionary, but now today they are exist. Unfriend. How many friends that you have been unfriend in social media? Okay, and then selfie as well. And then we have emoji. Emoji is taken from the word emoticon, but now emoji is very well known when you want to send someone with the expression in the social media. And then flick. Flick, I have never heard this before when I was studying English like 15 years ago, but flick means perfect. You look fabulous. You can use this word when you want to tease someone, okay? And then we have YOLO. You only live once. You only live once. So you can use this whenever you want to say something. Let's do this once again in your life. or you can use YOLO when you want to tick something that you need to do before you die. Yeah, you can use YOLO. Craptacular. Craptacular is the opposite of spectacular. This is something bad. Please avoid using this word. Okay, and then we have amazeballs. Yeah, amazeballs is like amazing, but now people, your Gen Z generation uses amazeballs. Okay, and then we have lol. Lol. Many people use lol, but they never know the meaning of lol actually. Lol means laughing out loud. Kalau dalam bahasa Indonesia terkekeh-kekeh dia tertawa ya. You can say lol. Okay, and then we have DM, direct message. Yeah, and then also we have FOMO. FOMO is fear of missing out. Yeah, fear of missing out means that you are having this kind of feeling that you are afraid of being left out with the latest trends. So you can say FOMO, fear of missing out. We have TBT, Throwback Thursday. I know that, yeah, most of you have been using this TBT when you want to post something from the past, and every Thursday you want to repost it. Okay, oh my God, yeah. And then we have great, right? Mate, M8 here is pronounced as mate, and L8R as later. So this kind of new vocabularies have never been before in the English dictionaries, but now social media come to introduce this, and believe it or not, this have been into the dictionaries. If you're looking for the dictionaries online, you will find this kind of words. Yes. Okay, so how Gen Z improve their English. And I think the previous speakers also have spoken about this, that there are so many things to improve your English, but let me tell you something about your generation, because your generation uses technology so much. Number 6, I have been presented here, that you must have used Twitter. Yeah, because when I was young, when I wanted to practice my English, I use most of the time Twitter. I use Twitter most of the times, and I was trying to tweet in English, and it helps me a lot. The rest of the ways is so many ways. First is you need to join an English language learning group or online learning application such as Duolingo, because it's free. Yeah, I know some of you have recognized, have known about Duolingo, but maybe, yeah, you haven't started to use or even download the application, so you just know it. But now, after this event, please download Duolingo and try to improve your English or any other languages that you want to learn. And second is following organization, companies, and teachers who share language advice, just like what you have in Yayasan Pendidikan Indorama. I think you have your English club, right? I think Ibu Sian is responsible to take care of this English club, so you can join this English club to practice your English. And then most of the time, I also check YouTube to find out the pronunciation, the better pronunciation. Okay, and to connect with native English speakers through social media right now is very easy. You can have your cyber friends. You can have your native speaker friends from all over the world if you just trying to connect them in social media. And then practice pronunciation with friends using Snapchat. I have never done this before, but my students, are using Snapchat to actually practice their English. So I got these tips from my student actually. Yeah, and the last one is follow news on Twitter, or you can watch any other media, streaming medias like CNN, BBC, Al Jazeera, and everything that can make you get exposed by new vocabularies, new sentences that you can use in your daily life. Okay, well, I have this kind of quotation. For those of you who are Gen Z, social media is not merely entertainment. Yes, it is fun, but however, each social platform we use, it has different purpose in our life. You can choose that Instagram Instagram is to show your daily life, to show your traveling mode, to show that you have having this delicious food. You have Twitter to find out the latest information. You have YouTube maybe to find out what is going on with your favorite idols. And then you have any other social medias. Actually, it has different purposes, it has different goals, and I believe you will use these platforms, this social media wisely, and be responsible netizens of the social media. And also I have this for you. Yeah, who I am today may not be who I am tomorrow. Change, grow, and adapt with me, as my identity will always be evolving. This is very Generation Z, because your generation is the agent of social change. You want to find out solution for every problems. You want to change for a better version of yourself, and you want to change your community and the people around you. You want to contribute as many as you can to the people around you, to the community around you, to your country, and particularly for yourself. I think that's all my portion today. I'm so sorry if I have I have exceeded the time. And yes, questions are open, and I'm very open for discussion, and you can actually contact me in this email. Okay, and that's also my WhatsApp number. I think that's all. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you so much to Mr. Kiki Wardana SSMA for sharing the information and valuable knowledge, and especially for the youngsters and Generation G. So now let's move on to Q&A sessions for the last topic. And we already have some of the questions from the participants. The first question is from Dinta Gustin Aulia. Could you share the way you start mastering English, the difficulties, and how you pass it? Mr. Kiki, you may answer the question, please.
Okay. Let me tell you one secret, that when I was in senior high school, I was very bad in English, that my teacher even said to me, you will never be able to be success person, because I was very naughty when I was in senior high school. And then in the last year, that was in my sophomore year, but in my final year of senior high school, I made a friend with a student who was very good in English. So I was becoming his table mate. So I shared the table, and I've learned a lot from him, and that becomes the milestone for me to change my attitude toward English. And I started to liking English very much. And then I chose English department as my major when I went to my undergraduate. And then how do I start mastering English? Is because your generation is actually having a lot of platforms. Your generation has a lot of opportunities. Your generation has a lot of ways to find out, to fulfill your desire to learn new language, particularly English. When we compare my generation, there was only MIRC as a platform to chatting, right? So it was very old technology. And the way I learned English was back then by buying Jakarta Post. Yeah, that's one of the reasons why I have so many vocabularies. But until now, I'm still learning. I'm still finding out new vocabularies and trying to use each of the words in the sentence. So it will make me updated. So I suggest you to use every media, yeah, to master and avoid barriers and drawbacks to learn a new language, and particularly in English. And how you pass it? Well, please having this kind of attitude that learning is fun. Okay, learning is actually very fun. You can learn anywhere and everywhere if you want. So same thing like learning English, learning language. So it is actually very fun. If you don't want a very conventional way to have a classroom or to have a teaching method, you can go to many other spatial platforms such as Duolingo, just like I've mentioned before, or even joining to the speaking club in your area. Okay, I hope that answers the questions.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Kiki. That was a great answers. Now we have the second questions. It's from LD. What are the steps in being creative in this digital era in learning English?
What are
the steps in being creative in this digital era in learning English?
Okay, so I will answer this based on my experiences as well. So during the pandemic, I am teaching online, right? So you also maybe have experienced this before, but there's so many times that I haven't, that I have this kind of spare time. I had this kind of spare time. So I have used this spare time to join the short course that have been provided by many universities in the world. For example, once I have joined a workshop about a social worker. Okay, that's from one of the universities in Australia, and it was free. Yeah, it was free. And also, and also you need to unleash your potential. I believe most of you do not feel confident when you are trying to speak English. You are feeling this kind of threatened by the society, because when you are trying to speak English, people will look at you and think that you are weird, think that you are proud, think that you are crazy. Do not care. Don't care. Yeah. When you want to practice your English, yeah, most of the time I also use mirrors. I talk to myself like crazy people. I just want to practice whether my pronunciation is correct or not. So that kind of simple things. Yes?
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. So that's the answer, Mr. Kiki?
Yeah. Maybe other speakers may have other experiences to answer this kind of questions. That's based on my experience.
Okay.
Any more questions?
Yeah, we have still some questions,
Yeah.
and this one is from Hasna. I have questions. Now we are having a lot of fun in using digital platform for our activity. Do you have any idea how to avoid the negative influence of digital era?
Well, if you are having fun, if you find that playing in many platforms in social media are fun, then do not stop. Negative vibes are always there. Negative things are always there. It's you that can understand whether something is not useful or not, whether something can jeopardize your life, whether something can make your life dangerous. Negative vibes has always been there in the internet. That's what we know the term of trolling. There are always people which is not your friends, they don't know you, but they will do this kind of negative things to you. Yeah, but you need to be mentally prepared by this kind of situation. In my case, I also joined Quora. Quora, I think you have heard this before. It is actually a platform for any questions in the world. If you type the question, and people will respond and answer based on their experiences. So the users must use English. So I use this platform of Quora to actually answer every questions about Indonesia. Whenever there is a question about Indonesia, or Indonesia is being compared with other countries. So I will answer based on my experience, based on my knowledge. There will always be negative people who say negative things about Indonesia, no problems. It's just their ways of practicing maybe their English. But my point here is that you need to be able to know what is your purpose in doing this kind of fun application to learn. If you have a very clear purpose to use this applications, then I think these negative vibes will not influence you.
Okay, that was the answer, Hasna. I hope it will help you. So maybe this is the last questions from Rizda Batubara. I'm used to learn English in conventional way, and how to motivate me to learn English digitally?
Okay. Yes, I will say it again and again with anyone, maybe in this platform, in this webinar, or in any other occasions in the future, that you have this huge, fast resources in internet that you can adapt, you can use, and you can utilize for your self-building ways, okay, for your self-building effort. So learning English would be one of the ways for you to maybe to escape from other routine, right? I know that some of you have been into conventional classroom, conventional ways in English learning, but some of you are also trying to find that English is actually very fun to do anywhere, everywhere. I have many friends who are now doing internship in Pare, yeah, in Pare. I think you've heard about this area somewhere in Java. I have never been there, but they say that it is conventional ways of learning English, but the thing is you got so much exposure of English. So one of the things of learning English is the exposure. How often you practice your English to other people, and how often you use the language. That's the most important thing. So I think the problem here is not about where is Rizda? About finding out motivation. Motivation has always been there, Miss Rizda. Motivation has always been there. But how to start, how to keep that motivation? And I believe you have many colleagues, you have many friends, you have a sister who is also good in English. And I think you can use this kind of resources, right? So the problems for every one of us right now in learning something is when to start and how to start. If you have found the answers of these answers, so it's going to be easy, I think. I think maybe it helps. I'm sorry if it doesn't answer.
Okay, that was the last questions, Mr. Kiki. And yeah, thank you so much to Mr. Kiki Wardana SSMA. I hope this topic make the participants to use social media as an effective platform to learn and improve their talent and their English, not only English actually, but any other languages that they want to learn. And so yeah, I once again thank you so much to Mr. Kiki Wardana SSMA, and give a round of applause. Okay, so that's it for the presentations of the topic in today's English camps. But the event is not over yet because we still have some sessions, some game sessions, and we have some fun games, and all the participants have to join in this game because there will be a special prize with a total of 1.5 million rupiahs for the winners and the best participants in this webinar. So, and the game sessions will be guided by Desti Widiawati and Dinta Gustin Aulia. I'm Salsabila Fitrania Utami as moderator for today's webinar. Thank you so much and see you next time.
Education has become a core priority in nation-building efforts. In In support on the focus of the Government of the Republic Indonesia in the education of vocational fields, PT Indorama Synthetics Tbk through the Indorama Education Foundation established Polytechnic Engineering Indorama in 2000. With a complete state-of-the-art infrastructure and facilities. PI has become the flagship institution under the company's education-based corporate social responsibility effort. Located in an eco-campus adjacent to Indorama's manufacturing site, the institute offers students unique practical learning opportunities and provides a real-life experience of industrial environment. This institution offers D3 programs in mechanical engineering, electrical engineering, mechatronics, and D4 programs majoring in software engineering.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Hello, good afternoon. Welcome to the game session. I'm Desti Wijayawati Chandra and Dinta Gusinalistia. We will get you in this game session, which is full of fun games in here. After we have listened to the presentation of the materials and question and answer from the speakers, and since several guest stars as well, this is the time for us to have an exciting time for the game main. So, are you ready, guys? You must be ready because in this game, you will get attractive prize if you're lucky. So, there are 3 games that will be done. They are find something, Kahoot, and follow direction. We will explain what the first game was like and the rules of the game. So, we will start from the first game, that is find something. I will explain the rules of the game, but we also share it on the screen, okay? So, the rules of the game is first, participants take one object around you, but don't show it first. And second, participants show the object that have been selected. We randomly choose 3 participants to explain the object in English. So the third, out of the 3 participants who have explained, there will be a winner selected by us. Do you guys understand the rules?
I hope you do, because we will choose only a few people who will be given the opportunity to play in this game. You can take anything nearby. It's a book, a pen, a phone, a pencil, or anything. Send a thumbs up reaction as fast as you can. Okay, thumbs up reaction. I will count to 3. Please be ready to send thumbs up reaction. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Thumbs up. Is there anybody thumbs up? Please thumbs up for joining this game. Let's count one more time. Okay. Okay. I will start counting 1 until 3. So you guys prepare to start to thumbs up your reaction. Okay. 1, 2, 3. Thumbs up. Anybody thumbs up? Come on, let's play fun games in here. Come on, guys. Okay. We will choose the participant, okay? For joining this game. The first person that will play this game is Sarosa. Would you play with us? Yeah. Sarosa, could you play game with us? Could you open the video and audio? Hello.
I'm ready.
Are you ready? Hello. Let's start the game, okay?
Game.
Okay. First, could you show the things that you have been selected? The thing around you, anything.
Then, sorry.
Okay, it's okay. Could you show to us the things that have been selected? The thing, anything. It's around you. You can choose anything. Could you show to us?
Okay.
Or you can pick your pen or pencil.
Laptop maybe.
Okay, laptop. Could you explain to us?
And what?
So you choose laptop or watch? Oh, yes.
Laptop.
Okay, Mr. Sarosa, could you explain to us the meaning of the laptop for you?
For me, laptop is one of electronic device that can use for everything in computer system, like that help us to do in some digital product. It's like document, video, software, and another job. And everybody today use this device to help their activities. And I think everybody now about this device.
Okay.
Enough?
Okay. That's very good, Mr. Sarosa. You did a great job.
Thank you.
Okay, please give applause for Mr. Sarosa. Thank you, Mr. Sarosa. And
You're
that's for the
welcome.
first game. Thank you so much, Mr. Sarosa. And Next to the second game. Are you ready for the second game? Are you ready for the second game? How about second game,
is
Dinta?
Kahoot. I will explain the rules of the game, but we also share it on the screen, okay? The rules of the Kahoot game there are, first, we will share screen the Kahoot on the Zoom app. Participants read the question and choose the answer according to what is on the screen, and then enter the correct answer in the room. We will select the three fastest participants with the correct answer. The fastest participant in the second question with the correct answer is the winner. Games are held in two sessions. After we have the winner on the first session and the second session, both of them will take the last quiz to have a winner in this game.
You guys understand the rules? You guys understand the rules? I hope you do. So, let's start with the first session. You can see the question on the screen. Please give me a screen.
Okay.
Give us a second. Please. Give us a second.
Okay, that is the first question. You can see the question on the screen.
Start the screen.
And how to answer the question, Des?
Yeah, you can see the question on the screen.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can see the question on the screen. I'll give you 30 seconds to answer the question in the chat room by typing the color of the box of your answer. For example, if your answer in the red box, you could type red. If your answer in the green box, you could type green. If your answer in the yellow box, you could type yellow. If your answer in the blue box, you could type blue. Okay?
Is that clear enough?
Okay. In 1, 2, 3, the times will be running. Have you seen the question on the screen? I'll count to 3. And then I answer your question in the chat room.
Okay. 1, 2, 3.
3.
Time is running.
Please answer your question. Please answer your question on the chat room.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. How many times left?
15 minutes, 15 seconds left.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, stop. Okay, good job. We already got 3 famous people who answered it correctly. They are, okay, wait, give me a second. They are, okay, they are Kastrana, Zaki Arafi, and Adila Akbar.
Congratulations.
The 3 of them will take the next question. So we will get only 1 participant who will take the final quiz.
Okay, so let's move on to the next question. Please see the question on the screen. For the 3 participants has been selected, please answer the question by typing in the color of the box of your answer. And for the second question, we will give you 20 seconds to answer. For Sarosa, Adila, and Givari, please answer the question. In 1, 2, 3, the times will be running. Ready? 1, 2, 3, times running.
Okay. Okay. 10 seconds left. 5, 3, 2, 1.
Stop.
Yeah, we already got 3 fastest people who answered correctly. They are, give me a second. They are AF and Farhan Tandang Firdaus and Ismail Habib Jamal. Congratulations. So the 3 of them will take participation. So we will get only 1 participant who will take the final quiz.
Okay, I think this is the last question for this game. So it can take by all of you. We will choose only one participant who answer it correct and fast. Okay, next question. This is the last question. So, okay, wait a minute. Next question.
Okay.
Okay, for the next question, we will count to 3. We will count to 3, so please be ready for all of you guys. In count to 3. Okay, ready? 1, 2, 3.
Time is remaining. So, be careful in your
Okay, 10 seconds left. 4, 3, 2, 1, stop.
Okay. I already get a winner. Give me a second.
Okay, I think we already have the winner, right? Yeah.
Sorry. Could you show this slide before this slide? Okay. Okay. Thank you. Okay. Now we will have a winner. He is Arya dan Sukmara. Congratulations, Arya dan Sukmara. Give Arya applause.
The last game, right?
Yeah. Please.
The last game. The last game is follow direction. This will be the last game. I will explain the rules, but before I read the rules, please prepare your paper and your pen. The rules of the game are: participants prepare paper and stationery. It was like pen, pencil, and then we will give 3 words to the participant. Participants draw the words that have been given by us as interesting as possible based on their own imagination. And then participants show the result of the drawing that have been made. We will select 3 participants with attractive drawing. 3 selected participants presented their drawing in English. Out of 3 participants who have presented the result of their drawing, the best one is chosen as the winner.
Okay, do you guys understand the rules? I hope you do. So, are you ready with pen and paper in your hand? Are you ready with pen and paper in your hand?
I hope you do.
Okay, if you're ready, please listen carefully what I say, okay? We will give you 3 words as a clue for you to draw on your paper. You can draw it wherever you want on your paper. The 3 words are house, tree, and person. Do you understand the comment? Okay, we will give you only 2 minutes to draw it on your paper.
Okay, so please be ready. Paper and your pen. Okay, I'll count to 3 and times will be running. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Time's running. So good luck. For 2 minutes, do you draw house, paper, and tree? Okay, keep on drawing. Time's running. Remember,
House, tree, and a person. You could drawing however you want.
Okay.
Use your creativity and your imagination.
30 seconds left. House, tree, and the person. You can draw it wherever you want on your paper. Okay.
Hope you guys can do it so well to draw.
Because you could explain what you have drawing. Okay. 1 minute left. You have 1 minute to draw.
The clue is house, tree, and a person.
House, tree, and a person.
You can draw it wherever you want. Use your imagination and your creativity. Anybody done?
Please draw it so well. Okay, remember, house, tree, and a person. Okay, 15 seconds.
Anybody finished to draw, you can answer in the chat room.
Yes, you can answer in the chat room.
Relax.
Okay, and time is up. It's have been 2 minutes.
Okay.
Okay, 2 minutes left. So you guys should show your picture to the camera what you have been drawing. So please ready to turn on your video, but don't turn on your audio first.
Yeah, let's see your work, guys.
Okay, is there anybody? Oh yeah. Thank you for turn on your video.
Keep your draw on the camera, okay? Give me a second to choose the three.
Okay, and then we will give you a change to explain your draw. For the first person is Aldian. So for Aldian, please open your video and audio. Aldian.
Hello, Aldian. Could you hear me?
Please open your audio. You will unmute first.
Hello, Aldian.
Hi, Aldian.
Could you answer me?
Okay, Aldian.
Hello. Okay.
Okay. Hello.
Hello.
Okay. Are you ready to play the game?
Yes, ready.
Okay. Let's start the game. Could you show to us the picture that you have been drawn?
Show to us.
Okay.
Oh, that's good. Okay. Could you explain to us what is the meaning of your picture for you? Please.
So I draw 3 things in here,
Okay.
and this was 3 apples. And the second thing is drawing a house with one person live in that house.
Oh, great. Anything else?
Yes, I think that.
Enough.
That's enough?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. You did a great job. Aldian.
Yes. Okay,
Thank you for the participation.
Thank you. Please turn off your video and audio. Is there anybody? Draw again. Oh, hi. Sarosa.
Okay.
Okay, for Sarosa, please turn on your audio.
Hello, Mr. Sarasa.
Hello.
Hello.
Here I draw kids was playing in front of his house.
Okay.
There is a rambutan tree, and the kids playing traditional toy.
Oh,
I think that's all.
Okay, that's enough. Thank you. That's
For
very
bed.
good. Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah.
Sorry
Anything
for
else?
the bad picture. No.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Sorry. Okay, thank you, Mr. Sarosa, and please turn off your video and audio again. Okay, and the next person is Eka Setia Mahendra. Okay, for Eka, please turn on your audio.
Hello.
Hello.
Okay, are you ready to play the game, Eka?
Maybe.
Okay, calm down. Okay, let's start the game, okay?
Okay.
So, could you show to us the picture that you have in draw?
Yeah, I think that's my draw.
Okay, that's good. So, could you explain to us what is the meaning of your picture for you? Please.
Okay, so the meaning of my draw is like someone is laying down tree and thinking about yeah, this is what he think.
Sweet.
Could you tell me what because I cannot read.
That's about someone thinking about some unfinished task.
I got it.
Unfinished task. Okay, that's good.
That's good, Eka. Thank you so much. Anything else?
No, it's done.
Okay, that's awesome, Eka.
Thank you so much
for your participation. Okay, I think.
Thank you so much. I think we will decide the winner announced tomorrow. Okay, so that's for the game. And then thank you for all participants who join with us to play these fun games. Okay, we will announce tomorrow at the reward announcement session. So please stay tuned. Okay, tomorrow.
Alhamdulillah, we have already played the games. Hopefully, we can all keep our spirits up, and hopefully, the game can also be useful for you to practicing your English skill. Thank you, everyone, for your participation. We already have a fun on this game. Don't forget tomorrow to join the math camp because tomorrow we will announce the winner in the reward announcement session.
Thank you. I'm Desti Widiawati Syaputra and
Dinta Gusina Listia.
As a guide in this session, farewell. We apologize if there are many wrong words. Thank you. I return it to the host. Bye.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay, thank you to the moderator and speakers who have shared their knowledge and enlightened us. I thank Dinta and Desti who have guided the fun games. I hope you enjoy it. And I would like to remind you to fill the questionnaire as your attendant in the link bit.ly/questionnaire English camp. And certificate will be given to respective email if you attend both English and Math camp. So, before we close English camp today, let's take photo together.
You may turn on your video and please stay still as there are several pages. I will count until 3. Okay? Please turn on your video. Ready? Okay. 1, 2, 3. Next. Okay. 1, 2, 3. Okay. Next. 1, 2, 3. Okay. Next. 1, 2, 3. Okay, next. 1, 2, 3. Okay. Thank you very much for your kind attention, and we apologize profusely if there is that less pleasing and inconvenient words. See you at Math Camp tomorrow. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Education has become a core priority in nation-building efforts. In support on the focus of the Government of the Republic Indonesia in the education of vocational fields, PT Indorama Synthetics Tbk, through the Indorama Education Foundation, established Polytechnic Engineering Indorama in 2013 with a complete state-of-the-art infrastructure and facilities. PI has become the flagship institution under the company's education-based corporate social responsibility effort. Located in an eco-campus adjacent to Indorama's manufacturing site, the Institute offers students unique practical learning opportunities and provides a real-life experience of industrial environment. This institution offers D3 programs in mechanical engineering, electrical engineering, mechatronics, and D4 programs majoring in software engineering. The institute ensures students are proficient in computer science, English language, and they are being imparted a values-based education that is amongst the best in Indonesia. Indorama's core operating principle of continuous improvement has been implemented at PI. Under this, each academic discipline identifies specific roadmap that include compliance and accreditation requirements, industry-linked teaching methodologies, careful pre-screening of students to ensure the quality of intake, faculty performance management, and facilities upgrade, among others. PI fosters an ideal environment for learning and development. From its well-equipped laboratories to its latest computer equipments, updated library, and innovation-based project work, the Institute is helping to prepare students well for the challenging demands of the industrial environment in Indonesia. PEI's progress has been appreciated by the government of the Republic of Indonesia as one of the spearheads of vocational education in Indonesia, which support the government vision to create excellence in vocational training in Indonesia. Education has become a core priority in nation-building efforts. In support on the focus of the Government of the Republic Indonesia in the education of vocational fields, PT Indorama Synthetics Tbk, through the Indorama Education Foundation, established Polytechnic Engineering Indorama in 2013 with a complete state-of-the-art infrastructure and facilities. PEI has become the flagship institution under the company's education-based corporate social responsibility effort. Located in an eco-campus adjacent to Indorama's manufacturing site, the Institute offers students unique practical learning opportunities and provides a real-life experience of industrial environment. This institution offers D3 programs in mechanical engineering, electrical engineering, mechatronics, and D4 programs majoring in software engineering. The Institute ensures students are proficient in computer science, English language, and they are being imparted a values-based education that is amongst the best in Indonesia. Indorama's core operating principle of continuous improvement has been implemented at PEI. Under this, each academic discipline identifies specific roadmap that include compliance and accreditation requirements, industry-linked teaching methodologies, careful pre-screening of students to ensure the quality of intake, faculty performance management, and facilities upgrade, among others. PEI fosters an ideal environment for learning and development. From its well-equipped laboratories to its latest computer equipments, updated library, and innovation-based project work, the Institute is helping to prepare students well for the challenging demands of the industrial environment in Indonesia. PEI's progress has been appreciated by the Government of the Republic of Indonesia as one of the spearheads of vocational education in Indonesia, which support the government vision to create excellence in vocational training in Indonesia. Education has become a core priority in nation-building efforts. In support on the focus of the Government of the Republic Indonesia in the education of vocational fields, PT Indorama Synthetics Tbk, through the Indorama Education Foundation, established Polytechnic Engineering Indorama in 2013 with a complete state-of-the-art infrastructure and facilities. PI has become the flagship institution under the company's education-based corporate social responsibility effort. Located in an eco-campus adjacent to Indorama's manufacturing site, the institute offers students unique practical learning opportunities and provides a real-life experience of industrial environment. This institution offers D3 programs in mechanical engineering, electrical engineering, mechatronics, and D4 programs majoring in software engineering. The institute ensures students are proficient in computer science, English language, and they are being imparted a values-based education that is amongst the best in Indonesia. Indorama's core operating principle of continuous improvement has been implemented at PI. Under this, each academic discipline identifies specific roadmap that include compliance and accreditation requirements, industry-linked teaching methodologies, careful pre-screening of students to ensure the quality of intake, faculty performance management, and facilities upgrade, among others. PI fosters an ideal environment for learning and development. From its well-equipped laboratories to its latest computer equipments, updated library, and innovation-based project work, the Institute is helping to prepare students well for the challenging demands of the industrial environment in Indonesia. PI's progress has been appreciated by the Government of the Republic of Indonesia as one of the spearheads of vocational education in Indonesia, which support the government vision to create excellence in vocational training in Indonesia. Education has become a core priority in nation-building efforts. In support on the focus of the Government of the Republic Indonesia in the education of vocational fields, PT Indorama Synthetics Tbk, through the Indorama Education Foundation, established Polytechnic Engineering Indorama in 2013 with a complete state-of-the-art infrastructure and facilities. PEI has become the flagship institution under the company's education-based corporate social responsibility effort. Located in an eco-campus adjacent to Indorama's manufacturing site, the Institute offers students unique practical learning opportunities and provides a real-life experience of industrial environment. This institution offers D3 programs in mechanical engineering, electrical engineering, mechatronics, and D4 programs majoring in software engineering. The institute ensures students are proficient in computer science, English language, and they are being imparted a values-based education that is amongst the best in Indonesia. Indorama's core operating principle of continuous improvement has been implemented at PEI. Under this, each academic discipline identifies specific roadmaps that include compliance and accreditation requirements, industry-linked teaching methodologies, careful pre-screening of students to ensure the quality of intake, faculty performance management, and facilities upgrade, among others. PEI fosters an ideal environment for learning and development. From its well-equipped laboratories to its latest computer equipments, updated library, and innovation-based project work, the Institute is helping to prepare students well for the challenging demands of the industrial environment in Indonesia. Progress has been appreciated by the government of the Republic of Indonesia as one of the spearheads of vocational education in Indonesia, which support the government vision to create excellence in vocational training in Indonesia. Education has become a core priority in nation-building efforts. In support on the focus of the Government of the Republic Indonesia in the education of vocational fields, PT Indorama Synthetics Tbk, through the Indorama Education Foundation, established Polytechnic Engineering Indorama in 2013 with a complete state-of-the-art infrastructure and facilities. PEI has become the flagship institution under the company's education-based corporate social responsibility effort. Located in an eco-campus adjacent to Indorama's manufacturing site, the Institute offers students unique practical learning opportunities and provides a real-life experience of industrial environment. institution offers D3 programs in mechanical engineering, electrical engineering, mechatronics, and D4 programs majoring in software engineering. The institute ensures students are proficient in computer science, English language, and they are being imparted a values-based education that is amongst the best in Indonesia. Indorama's core operating principle of continuous improvement has been implemented at PI. Under this, each academic discipline identifies specific roadmap that include compliance and accreditation requirements, industry-linked teaching methodologies, careful pre-screening of students to ensure the quality of intake, faculty performance management, and facilities upgrade, among others. PI fosters an ideal environment for learning and development. From its well-equipped laboratories to its latest computer equipments, updated library, and innovation-based project work, the Institute is helping to prepare students well for the challenging demands of the industrial environment in Indonesia. PI's progress has been appreciated by the government of the Republic of Indonesia as one of the spearheads of vocational education in Indonesia, which support the government vision to create excellence in vocational training in Indonesia. Education has become a core priority in nation-building efforts. In support on the focus of the Government of the Republic Indonesia in the education of vocational fields, PT Indorama Synthetics Tbk, through the Indorama Education Foundation, established Polytechnic Engineering Indorama in 2013 with a complete state-of-the-art infrastructure and facilities. PI has become the flagship institution under the company's education-based corporate social responsibility effort. Located in an eco-campus adjacent to Indorama's manufacturing site, the Institute offers students unique practical learning opportunities and provides a real-life experience of industrial environment. This institution offers D3 programs in mechanical engineering, electrical engineering, mechatronics, and D4 programs majoring in software engineering. The Institute ensures students are proficient in computer science, English language, and they are being imparted a values-based education that is amongst the best in Indonesia. Indorama's core operating principle of continuous improvement has been implemented at PI. Under this, each academic discipline identifies specific roadmap that include compliance and accreditation requirements, industry-linked teaching methodologies, careful pre-screening of students to ensure the quality of intake, faculty performance management, and facilities upgrade, among others. PI fosters an ideal environment for learning and development. From its well-equipped laboratories to its latest computer equipments, updated library, and innovation-based project work, the Institute is helping to prepare students well for the challenging demands of the industrial environment in Indonesia. PI's progress has been appreciated by the government of the Republic of Indonesia as one of the spearheads of vocational education in Indonesia, which support the government vision to create excellence in vocational training in Indonesia. Education has become a core priority in nation-building efforts. In support on the focus of the Government of the Republic Indonesia in the education of vocational fields, PT Indorama Synthetics Tbk, through the Indorama Education Foundation, established Polytechnic Engineering Indorama in 2013 with a complete state-of-the-art infrastructure and facilities. PI has become the flagship institution under the company's education-based corporate social responsibility effort. Located in an eco-campus adjacent to Indorama's manufacturing site, the Institute offers students unique practical learning opportunities and provides a real-life experience of industrial environment. This institution offers D3 programs in mechanical engineering, electrical engineering, mechatronics, and D4 programs majoring in software engineering. The Institute ensures students are proficient in computer science, English language, and they are being imparted a values-based education that is amongst the best in Indonesia. Indorama's core operating principle of continuous improvement has been implemented at PI. Under this, each academic discipline identifies specific roadmap that include compliance and accreditation requirements, industry-linked teaching methodologies, careful pre-screening of students to ensure the quality of intake, faculty performance management, and facilities upgrade, among others. PI fosters an ideal environment for learning and development. From its well-equipped laboratories to its latest computer equipments, updated library, and innovation-based project work, the Institute is helping to prepare students well for the challenging demands of the industrial environment in Indonesia. PEI's progress has been appreciated by the government of the Republic of Indonesia as one of the spearheads of vocational education in Indonesia, which support the government vision to create excellence in vocational training in Indonesia. Education has become a core priority in nation-building efforts. In support on the focus of the Government of the Republic Indonesia in the education of vocational fields, PT Indorama Synthetics Tbk, through the Indorama Education Foundation, established Polytechnic Engineering Indorama in 2013 with a complete state-of-the-art infrastructure and facilities. PEI has become the flagship institution under the company's education-based corporate social responsibility effort. Located in an eco-campus adjacent to Indorama's manufacturing site, the Institute offers students unique practical learning opportunities and provides a real-life experience of industrial environment. This institution offers D3 programs in mechanical engineering, electrical engineering, mechatronics, and D4 programs majoring in software engineering. The Institute ensures students are proficient in computer science, English language, and they are being imparted a values-based education that is amongst the best in Indonesia. Indorama's core operating principle of continuous improvement has been implemented at PEI. Under this, each academic discipline identifies specific roadmap that include compliance and accreditation requirements, industry-linked teaching methodologies, careful pre-screening of students to ensure the quality of intake, faculty performance management, and facilities upgrade, among others. PEI fosters an ideal environment for learning and development. From its well-equipped laboratories to its latest computer equipments, updated library, and innovation-based project work, the Institute is helping to prepare students well for the challenging demands of the industrial environment in Indonesia. PEI's progress has been appreciated by the government of the Republic of Indonesia as one of the spearheads of vocational education in Indonesia, which support the government vision to create excellence in vocational training in Indonesia. Education has become a core priority in nation-building efforts. In support on the focus of the Government of the Republic Indonesia in the education of vocational fields, PT Indorama Synthetics Tbk, through the Indorama Education Foundation, established Polytechnic Engineering Indorama in 2013 with a complete state-of-the-art infrastructure and facilities. PEI has become the flagship institution under the company's education-based corporate social responsibility effort. Located in an eco-campus adjacent to Indorama's manufacturing site, the institute offers students unique practical learning opportunities and provides a real-life experience of industrial environment. This institution offers D3 programs in mechanical